fried him in that debate. Okay, because like how insane his view was. But anyways, you owe me $500, Grizz. You're an absolute crash out. You're an absolute fraud. You're incredibly unintelligent, and you owe me my money. $500 to me, $500 to Santana. That is what you owe. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. He owes $500. Yeah. Before we start this next debate real quick, Madison, appreciate you for the $50 over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love, Madison. Let's get 500 W Madisons down below in that chat for the $50 who says, hey, Dean, I watch your lives every single day and I haven't gotten the money to donate, but here I am. Donations, or where does it go to? Well, I appreciate you for the $50, Madison. So, I mean, the donations on the live streams, like as I've always been transparent about, are just my income. So I spend it on bills, rent, you know, if I ever want to go to get a dinner, it's just, I spend it. I treat it as my income because it is my income. And I guess like that's probably the answer that you want. Is, you know, I treat all of the donations just as my personal income, and I'm very grateful for you guys. So thank you for the $50, Madison. Over on PayPal, Barbara, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal, who says, here's 5% from the money that you're probably not going to get from the caller. Could I have Santana's PayPal credentials? Yes, it's in the link tree in his bio. Go to his TikTok account, Barbara. Thank you for the $25. Now the guest only owes me $475. Penelope, thank you for the $25 as well on PayPal. Show some love, sorry to Barbara and not Penelope. Purnell spelled Pernell, who says, it's actually absurd the mental gymnastics of these cult members to excuse Donald Trump from any wrongdoing in this pageant clip. I know, it's like legitimately absurd. They look insane. Thank you for the $25, Purnell. Then Ellie, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, who says, you know, I'm liberal and love ya, but my friend is MAGA and is live daily with his background prompt saying how you are wrong on everything. Oh yeah, I think I know the incel that you're referring to. He's a silly little guy. Thank you so much for the $20, Ellie. Alexandra, thank you for the $5. Lori, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Just sharing one of the Epstein files with me. I'm going to go and look that up in the registry during this next debate. Thank you, Lori. I'll take a look to see what that is. Thank you for the $25. Show some love to Lori down below. Then Stephanie with 1 and Catherine with 5. Thank you, guys. Now we have a couple more people just real quick to thank over on Venmo. Let's do that now. Sub, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love. That is SUB. And Sub asks, has your TikTok feed been weird? I'm getting videos that I've already liked from like months ago. Yeah, same thing here. Probably just an issue with your algorithm. Thank you for the love, Sub. Let's get 300 sub W's. Let's also get 300 Susanna W's for the $30. Who says, watching you is the first time I've had hope for myself and my autistic son's future in over a year. We love you. Oh, Susanna, I love you too. Thank you for being here. And I'm happy that the live stream gives you hope. Let's get 300 Susanna W's and 1,000 Mary W's for the $100 on Venmo 11 minutes ago. My God. Mary with $100 says, Dean, I won at the casino today and couldn't wait to share. Thank you for making my commutes to work not only more entertaining, but educational. First and foremost, WU Mary. Good shit for winning at the casino. Just never go back, okay? Or else you'll be in the red. But thank you so much for the love. That is so fucking kind of you. Let's get 1,000 Mary W's for the $100. 4 more people here. Anna, thank you for the 5. Antonio, thank you for the 5. Sydney, thank you for the 5. And Atlas, thank you for the 20. Dropping a smiley face. I really appreciate you for that love, man. Show some love to Atlas and all of the donors down below in the chat. I appreciate you for your patience, Mr. Spurlock. Are you a Trump supporter?
Of course.
All right. And how the hell do you still support him after everything that we've observed of his administration to be true in the last year?
Have you not seen how the economy's going? But I just wanted to touch base with you.
Actually, one of the really big reasons
why
I don't support him, because the economy's going
I
to
wanted
shit.
to touch base. I want to touch base with you about the beauty pageants that you said that he went and devastated this girl.
Yeah, I don't know why you'd want to talk about that. It's a losing issue.
Well, let's talk about it, because here we go. You said it completely devastated this girl backstage, right?
Like sexual exploitation? Like he sexually exploited people backstage? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty dumb.
How many of them went on and competed in the pageant and ended the pageant?
Like how many of them left the pageant after that happened to them?
Yeah. Or did they compete to the end?
I have no fucking clue.
Oh, well, by God, you ought to, because every one of them went on through with it to get whatever they was going to get. It didn't hurt them too damn bad, and you're crazy as hell.
Yeah. So let's just assume that you're right. Let's assume that not a single woman, right, left being sexually exploited with like a new mission set forth of leaving the pageant. So this actually describes one of the reasons why it is sexual exploitation. Because he held a position of power over them He furthered their careers. He signed their paychecks, and he put them on the stage in front of the judges, right, to win the pageants, to become a more independent and successful individual in accordance with their career and interests. All right? That's not one of the reasons why it's not wrong. That's actually one of the reasons why it's exploitative in the first place for Donald Trump to do this to them. And your argument saying that, well, if they continue to work with him, then it's not really sexual exploitation, in turn is invalidating so many victims of sexual exploitation. The first thing that comes to my mind is the children actors at Nickelodeon that were sexually exploited by that POS director. I don't even remember his name. That then never left Nickelodeon and grew up in that environment where they continued to be exploited because they showed up to work every day to film those TV shows, to film those movies with that director because it furthered their own career. So would you argue that all of like the child movie stars, TV stars, Nickelodeon kids that were exploited by adults in the industry were not true victims of sexual exploitation since they didn't quit their job? Dan Schneider's victims.
You're comparing Trump to these people?
It's a perfect application of your logic. Your logic is because they didn't leave the pageant, it's not true exploitation. So because Dan Schneider's victims didn't leave Nickelodeon, was that not true sexual exploitation either?
My point is that their parents, if it was too bad, they would have not let them compete.
So would you say this to the parents of the children that were sexually exploited by Dan Schneider?
Hell, I don't know. I didn't get to see that. Yeah, if they knew that was going on, but I would absolutely say
Wow. Or like all of like the children that were sexually exploited in schools by their teachers, they then continue to go to that school and be taught by that teacher?
Do you think that they were?
What? I don't even. You think that they were? That's not even a response that makes sense. Yeah, just let's face the facts. Your wife should divorce you. Your children should hate you. You're disgusting. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to pretend like this isn't the reality because I don't want to normalize it. Okay, right? That's just the facts. That's how it should be for you, right? I don't think that you deserve much love in this life if you're going to discount and argue that like the sexual exploitation of young children isn't wrong, given that the parents ignore it or enable it. In fact, those factors make it more wrong because it means that the sexual exploitation is continuing. It means that it's being brushed under the rug and it's continuing to be ignored by people like you because you're arguing that maybe the kid liked it, therefore it wasn't wrong to sexually exploit them. A, they're fucking children. B, the parents enabling or ignoring the sexual exploitation doesn't downplay the wrongness of the sexual exploitation. And C, that victim, that child, right, being in that position of vulnerability, of being up to the will and the whim of the exploiter insofar as what their career prospects are, what their income is, what they're doing with their life, therefore continuing to be in that position of vulnerability by continuing to be a star in Nickelodeon or a contestant at these beauty pageants, okay, does not mean what happened to them wasn't wrong. It only makes who did it to them even worse because they abuse that position of power over their position of vulnerability. I think that you're a red flag.
How come you mute everyone when you don't want them to speak and get their point across?
Oh, are you still on the live after I muted you?
Yeah, you just keep muting.
Oh, you're still on the live. You're still on the live after I muted you, so I guess me muting you isn't wrong at all. I think that you just need to suck it up, Buttercup. That's your logic, right?
Well, here's what I want to ask you: Have you thanked Trump for what he's done for you?
Those dogs are whining in the background. I think that you should find a new owner for those dogs. I think that you should rehouse them because those dogs need help. I mean, listen to them. Actually, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Wait, I want to listen to the dogs real quick.
Did you thank Trump for what he's done for you?
Wait, what's going on with your dogs, dude?
They're ready to go hunting. It's dark. That's what they do.
Yeah, it sounds like they're not doing too well.
Well, that's another thing where you jump the gun and you don't know nothing what you're talking about.
You don't know anything what you're talking about. I absolutely disputed your logic. I debunked you for being a victim blamer and a sexual violence perpetuator, apologist, and you got absolutely destroyed with common sense. And then your response was to go, "Oh, you're muting me," and then I used your own logic against you. You're still on the live after I muted you, therefore you can't complain about being muted because it wasn't wrong in accordance with your position.
About what he's done for
and
you?
then not only did you not respond to the first position exploitation I granted you by debunking your terrible, terrible views, allowing sexual exploitation. Not only did you not respond to my second counter argument, applying your own logic to you being upset about the fact that I'm muting you, but instead you're going to ignore both of those topics and ask me some stupid ass new question about have I ever thanked Trump for anything that he's done for me. How about before I respond to your new question, you respond to the last two counter arguments I gave you. I want you to respond to the argument that I gave against your great protection.
Have you thanked him for what he's done for you and your platform?
So you're not going to address that argument whatsoever?
I don't know what your question is. What is your question?
Oh yeah, because you said that sexual exploitation of little kids isn't wrong if like the parents of the little kids didn't report it, or if like the little kid continued to exist in that position of vulnerability.
No, my whole point was that Trump didn't do nothing bad enough that their parents thought it was bad enough at the time to pull them out of the so-called backstage, which wasn't a dressing room.
So do you think it was bad?
Backstage.
Do you think it was bad?
It was backstage. It wasn't a dressing room.
Wait, so do backstage areas typically
fit your talking point?
So we know that it wasn't just a general backstage area. Do you want to know why?
Yeah, to explain that to me. Yes.
We know that it wasn't just a general backstage area, but rather that Donald Trump went through the backstage area to get to the dressing rooms. Because point number one, he clarified that he had to possess this special privilege of being the owner of the pageant to allow himself to go into the space for a quote unquote inspection. If it was just
how many backstage concerts have you been able to go to?
If it was just a general backstage area, well, then he wouldn't need. By the way, quite a few. But then he wouldn't need the special privilege of specifically being the owner to be an inspection. He could be a part of like the crew. He could be a part of the cast. He wouldn't need to specifically be the owner. The second reason why we know it wasn't a general backstage area is because Donald Trump explicitly said that there was no men around. If it was a general backstage area where anyone involved with a pageant could enter in or leave freely, then why would there only be women? And then the third and most damningly obvious reason why we know that it wasn't a general backstage area is because he said that this was the area where the women and girls got naked to get undressed to then get dressed again, which is clarified by documentation through Miss USA and Miss Teen USA historically and today to be something that only takes place in a private area, more specifically a private dressing room. Watch him ignore all of those reasons, chat. He left. Okay, so we are 51 minutes into the stream, okay, and we have had two Trump supporters come up here, defend Donald Trump's sexual misconduct, and then leave once their mental gymnastics fall apart. There's no defense, there's no argument, and there's certainly no goddamn reason to support this bullshit, all right? And that is a fact. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the live stream right now. Here we go, guys. Make sure if you find yourself in the queue that you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Couple people I'd like to thank here. Georgia.
Hello.
What's up?
Hello, Dean.
Age?
I love you very much. I'm going to go.
Yeah, that's a troll. Moving on to the next guest, but Georgia, appreciate you for the $2 over on Venmo. Show some love to Georgia down below in that chat for the $2. Jocelyn, thank you for the $5. Who says, as someone in theater and events, the argument of it being backstage, even if it was, the venue has the ability to provide privacy boxes for the contestants, meaning that he would have went inside of those. Yup. Jewel, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Who says, I'm not a Trump supporter, but my family is, and I have some questions about their arguing points, so I know how to respond correctly. Yeah, Jewel, feel free to drop them in the Discord. Thank you for the $10. And then Kirsten, I'm not going to read your message out loud. And I'm going to check your TikTok DM right now. But thank you for letting me know. Thank you for the $20, Kirsten. Show some love to Kirsten down below in that chat. Also, show some love to Allison down below in that chat for the $10. She says, yo, you're goated twin. Appreciate you for that love, Allison. Logan, thank you for the $5. Who says, I hear a lot of Trump supporters say that when women and girls wouldn't be completely nude. But then all of the competitions that Trump owned had swimsuit models. So yeah, they were nude if they were getting dressed. Yep. And then it looks like we're all caught up over on Venmo. Over on PayPal, there's another couple people that I'd like to thank real quick. Carrie, thank you for the $40 over on PayPal. Yo, show some love to Carrie down below, who says, pace yourself today, Dean. Love you do daily. Thank you, Carrie, and I appreciate you so much for the love and support. Let's get 400 Carrie W's down below in that chat. And I'd also like to thank Felicia for the $5 as well. Let's go ahead and hop back into those debates right now. What's going on, D-Sport Trump?
No, Dean, I'm just a fan.
Oh my God, they're like 4. Okay, goodbye, 4-year-old. Moving on to the next guest. Dear Lord, dude. They were like 4, man. Hello, do you support Trump? I'm going to give you 5 seconds to respond. Hello?
Hello, hey Dean, you can kick me out. I pressed it by accident.
Yeah, no worries. You take care, man. Have a good rest of your day. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest right now, y'all. Everybody just do be patient while we're trying to get that next guest loaded up into the box. By the way, hey, Kirsten, you have to accept my follow request on TikTok in order for me to see your DM. So please, if you have the availability, do that now. But let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box. And I don't want to share publicly what she DMs me, but it's pretty damn important. So once again, Kirsten, just know that I really appreciate you. What's up? Do you support Trump, P-Dog?
Yeah, I do.
Age?
I'm 25.
And how long do you expect me to believe that for?
As long as I'm 25 until I'm 26, probably.
That's pretty good. What year were you born in?
2000.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you a couple quick questions just to prove that you're 25.
Oh, is this going to be maths? I'm really good at maths.
Do you go to college?
No, I'm married.
Oh, you're married. So what did you have to do to get
Yeah.
married?
What did I have to do to get married?
Yeah.
I don't know. I was married pretty young. I was about 13.
Okay, definitely a troll. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of that queue. Yo, we have a special visitor. Hello, Momo. I don't know how you got in here. I have no clue how she got in here. Literally, like the door's closed. That means that she's been in the office since before we even started streaming. So she's been hanging out with us for like an hour. I mean, she has a lot to do here. She could like go through the boxes. Because, you know, keep in mind, this is like the studio. So I have like an attached closet with a bunch of boxes for the lights, for the computer, for the camera equipment. And she really likes that closet. That's her favorite closet in the house. Let's go to get that. Oh, don't drink my water, kitty. That's my fresh water. You can't drink that. All right, let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here right now. Only join the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Well, looks like Momo might be coming back down. Oh, she's jumping off the desk. She did her inspection. Everything checks out, guys. Everything checks out. All right, moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Yo, Ali, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, quote unquote, for cat toys for Momo. Y'all spoil the fuck out of Momo. Thank you.
Hello, I need help. I need help. I'm sorry. I need help. My dad supports Trump, and I need evidence on how to get him to stop.
All right, and Ben, we're gonna go to move on to the next guest. All right, yeah, I was taking that seriously. Real quick. I wanted to make sure that there wasn't like a minor in need. Someone in a grave amount of need. But hey, if you want evidence to make him to stop supporting Trump, there's a lot of resources out there. There's a lot of resources out there. Go take a look at, the independent journalists, people like Aaron Parnas. I mean, you sound really young. I don't think that should be the role or task of any like 12-year-old, but if you want an answer,
hello.
If you want an answer to your question, there's a bunch of good independent journalists. Check out some videos. Aaron Parnas is a good name. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I don't really have an opinion. I just wanted to know your thoughts on.
All right, then we're gonna go to ban you because we're only looking to talk to American adults that support Trump as president. But guys, please show some love to Ali, once again down below in that chat for the $20, as well as Michelle. Let's get 250 Michelle W's down below. Who says here's $25 for Momo. Merry Christmas. Oh my God. Yeah, we got some shit for her for Christmas. She had her own stocking. Momo had her own stocking. We actually opened up all of her presents first before me and my girlfriend exchange our own to one another. Thank you for the $25. And then Madeline, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. It says get Momo some treats. Appreciate you for that love, Madeline. So does Momo. And then Nicole, thank you for the $10 who says I'm in Montrose, CO, and you inspire me to keep supporting you and everything we believe in. Hey, Nicole, thank you. And I'm really sorry that you live in Montrose. What a terrible area to live in. Oh my God. I drive through there quite a bit. Age, please.
Dean, on Jim.
Obviously, like a 14-year-old. All right, guys, this is not a daycare. It is 7 p.m. on the East Coast. Chat, what are we doing, dude? What are we doing? Come on, you guys have school tomorrow, right? It's Monday, right? Or is it like a Christmas break type of deal? Maybe they're off for break, and maybe that's why they're annoying me instead. Hey, Rusty Loot, do you support Trump? I think I've had you up before.
Oh, yeah, what's up? I just wanted to let you know, Dean, I'm sitting here stroking my cock to you right now. I love you.
Okay, moving on to the next guest. Everybody just do be patient. We got UK loading up into the box. Everyone just give us a minute here. We're actually going to put the rules back up on screen. Make sure that you're following them to a T. Because if you break the rules, then you're going to be banned. You're going to be banned. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got CJ connecting. Trump supporters are so hard to find. It's because when we get the Trump supporters up here, they get like legitimately like fucking deep fried. Hey, do you support Trump? Hello? Hello? Okay. It's literally like a bunch of 9-year-olds. It is literally like a bunch of fucking 9-year-olds. That is super nice. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Age.
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007, 29th.
What
July.
time is it?
Let me. So, I'm not American, but I'm invested in it.
Then you're fucking banned, dude. Okay, I'm just gonna repeat this. While we have the rules up on the phone screen, like we do right now, anybody who joins and breaks them will be like automatically banned. Hey man, are you an adult that supports Trump from America? Or are you banned?
Absolutely, bitch. I'm stroking my dick.
All right, I'm going to go to just ban you. That's super easy. Moving on to the next guest, Quack. Here we go, y'all. Here we go, guys. I hope that this is a pretty compelling argument why you shouldn't support Trump. I mean, there's 15,000 people in here. Can't find one person that's MAGA that wants to debate. That's how bad he is. There's not one person out of 15,000 viewers that thinks they have a compelling argument why he's good.
I'm lucky ass that just spams Aaron Judge and terrible.
Hello, Quack. Do you support Trump?
Yo, I love you, Dean.
Man, I'm sorry, because I got to ban you for breaking the rules, dude. I mean, you heard me say it. While we have the rules up on screen, if you break them, you're banned. Hate to do it to you, but I got to. I mean, it kind of says it, like overlaid on top of my face right now. It literally says rule breakers will be permanently banned. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean, I'm an SA survivor that guest 3-4 people ago makes my abuser get off on his charges.
Yeah.
People like that literally is the reason why my abuser got off.
Yeah, and I understand. That is true. And that is why I do what I do, to try to put some social pressure on trying to change those stigmas and change those norms. So hopefully one day, right, we could have a future where it's not true that only 2% of rapists ever see full accountability in the face of the law. And I hope you have a good rest of your day, but we are just looking for some Trump supporters to talk to. But you're absolutely right in that statement. I'm sorry that happened to you. And, we advocate for a greater future where that's not true on this life, because that's what we all want collectively. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
What year were you born in?
2000.
Okay. Yeah, why do you support, like, literally the worst and most indefensible president of your life? So indefensible that you were the first Trump supporter I've been able to find out of a crowd of 14.5 thousand in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, because the worst president ever is pro-life.
Okay,
and he's against the... Yeah, because regardless of how evil he is, he still is against the unaliving of babies.
I'm not necessarily sure that he is, like, pro-life. I don't think he's against murder. I think that his administration's actually culpable for it.
Yeah, but isn't there like a Roe versus Wade that he overturned?
Oh, I'm not talking about Roe v. Wade that got overturned. I'm talking about his war crimes in the South Caribbean, where his administration just straight up murdered 2 shipwrecked sailors. They committed a war crime in accordance with Article 8 of the ICC. Isn't that in like contradiction with the pro-life view?
So this is what you do, right? You can't address what I'm saying, and then you gotta like use a different analogy.
He's like pro-life, anti-murder. I'm like, his administration is culpable for murder. I think that this.
Yeah,
is
like I said, he's evil
track.
In some aspects, but in this aspect,
but isn't this the aspect that you're arguing in defense of, right? Like this is about his administration literally being culpable for murder.
I'm arguing the aspect where like the 96% of abortion cases are just because women don't want to have them.
Oh yeah,
that's what I'm arguing specifically.
We'll argue about the abortions. That's fine. I don't find any issue with that.
Yeah. So you find no issue of a woman just because she had consensual sex,
Mm-hmm.
and she knew that there was a risk of getting pregnant, and now that she is pregnant, she has to she wants to abort the child just because she doesn't want it.
So
You
I
think
don't, I
that's
don't,
fine?
I don't know if you heard me the first time. I'll repeat myself. I find no issue with that whatsoever.
Yeah, so I'm repeating what you're saying. So that's pretty, like, do you not have any morals?
No, I do have morals. In
Where
fact,
do-
having a cogent and reasonable sense of morality is why I find no issue with that. Because my cogent and sensible, my cogent and sensible, sense of morality is what informs me that there's just no identifiable reasons why I would have an issue with that. Like, identify the reasons. Why should I take issue with that? Why should we think that elective abortions are morally wrong?
Because you're taking something that doesn't belong to you.
You're saying that you're taking a life, so it's just ending a life.
Yes, you're taking something that doesn't belong to you. So
Check this out.
morally,
You're a goddamn
wrong.
hypocrite, because are you a vegan?
No.
Oh, okay, but I thought you just told me that elective lethal abortions aren't just literally wrong, but also murder and should be criminalized as arbitrated by the state and the state's legislation because they take a life. Okay. But then when we extrapolate the principle, Guest thinks that murder is taking a life and apply it to any other scenario like cows, chickens, or pigs, all this sudden, right, the principle falls flat on the face. So I'm going to go to revise your principle for you because obviously you need that helping hand. Did you mean to say that it's murder because it's taken a human life?
So let me go back to what you said. I actually have to eat food to survive. These women who are just murdering these babies, they don't do it to survive. These 96%.
Wait, do vegans survive?
Yeah, but I choose to not be vegan. I choose to
So
eat
it
meat. 'cause
doesn't
I
really
wanna
have
get
anything
my
to do with
protein in.
survival.
Well, it does because I choose not to be vegan. I have to eat food, and the food that I eat is my protein, which is chicken.
You
beef.
have to eat food, but that food doesn't necessarily have to be animal based.
Yeah, I don't have to eat.
You literally just
have
argued
to.
that you have to eat meat to
No,
survive.
no. The difference is I don't have to eat plant-based food. The difference with a woman, though, is you have to have this child because you chose to do. I don't want to say it, but you chose to open your legs.
Oh, wow. Okay, so let me get this straight. If I chose to open my lips and huff and puff on a cigarette, knowing that runs the risk of developing lung, deal with that lung cancer, making it immoral to then go to a medical health professional and ask for chemotherapy to kill the life of that lung cancer growing within my lungs? And also, by the way, I don't think that consent to sex is consent to conception because I don't think that they can control that biological process. You could control conception in the same way that you could control getting T-boned by a drunk driver. Whenever you drive, you introduce the potentiality of getting T-boned by a drunk driver. The same way whenever you engage in sex, you introduce the potentiality of conception occurring. The only way to prevent and forego that potentiality of conception occurring is not to engage in sex. The same way, the only way to prevent and forego getting T-boned by a drunk driver is to not engage in driving. But obviously, when individuals do engage in driving and they are T-boned by a drunk driver, we don't blame on them because that potentiality exists. Because they didn't control the fact that the drunk driver T-boned them. The same way women and men can't control the fact that conception may or may not occur since it's a natural biological process. And I'm just going to cover your counter argument for you. This is when you say, oh, they can control that fact by not fucking in the first place, or as you said, spreading their legs. Okay, well, I mean, this just means that you think that drivers are culpable for getting T-boned by drunk drivers since they could control that fact of getting T-boned
Can we
by the
stop
drunk
with these
driver
analogies?
if they didn't decide to drive in the first place. And no, I'm not going to stop with the analogies that refute your silly ass view. Thanks.
No, because you can't. This is like what you and Parker love to do. Cannot stick to the one point and then use a crazy analogy, which is pretty much straw manning. Literally, you love it. You love using that word, but that's literally what you are doing to me right now.
That's not what I'm doing to you right now.
So let's go back to my point.
Let me just
When you
clarify.
take something that doesn't,
Let me just real quick. Let me clarify specifically how that's not something I'm doing to you right now. Define straw man.
so straw man is pretty much taking like my argument and trying to like make it sound like better or whatever to benefit you. but that's you're not
no.
you're using my argument in a
So
in
this
a
is
very different.
This is exactly why you're wrong, because that's not the definition of a straw man. The definition of a straw man in the confines of a debate would be shifting the topic of conversation to one in which is not conceptually relevant. But like, for instance, when I brought up that hypothetical of getting T-boned by a drunk driver to evaluate who the responsibility would fall on for that action, that was conceptually relevant due to the logical parallels to what causes conception to take place. Now, if you don't understand the conceptual relevancy, I mean, what you're just telling us here is that you aren't too good at critical thought, and that's fine, okay? Because I like to teach people how to critically think. I like to help build those foundational abilities. But I'll just ask you.
You can't teach me to have morals, though. You can't teach me to have morals. You can't teach me to not believe that taking something that doesn't belong to me is right. You can't teach me that.
Okay, so then you're basically just saying that you're stuck in your ways and you're never going to change your mind.
No, I'm saying I don't want to take something that doesn't belong to me. Taking a life, well, not me. I can't get pregnant. I'm a male. But I'm saying, in this case, these women who are unaliving these babies, they're taking something that doesn't belong to them.
I'd say that they're well within the right to take it due to the fact that, point number one, I don't think that there's any trait of the fetus that is morally valuable. I just don't think that we're valuable because of our species. I don't think that we're valuable because of our genome or our DNA. I think that we're valuable because of our ability to express sentience or like subjective experiences. And I think that one's like really intuitive, okay, right? Because if there's like non-human sentient life forms, we would give them moral value. You know, just like imagine if R2-D2 were real, the apes from the Planet of the Apes, Superman. I mean, it's a really easy thought experiment. We would say they have the right to life, even though they're not a member of the Homo sapiens sapiens species, which kind of like details why we don't grant value to us because of our species. And then the only reason why people like you and many others, by the way, make this like very frequent equivocation of thinking that we're valuable because of our species is because like vast majority of the members of our species have consciousness. You know what I mean? But in all reality, it's not the species I just simply don't see any reason why we should value it. And then when you like conjunct that fact with a secondary fact that this fetus that has no moral value is reliant upon the bodily resources of the woman in the domicile inside of her uterus, I would say it's actually an infringement upon her right to bodily autonomy to prevent or restrict her access to abortion, because there's no compelling reason why we should, rooted in the fact that that the fetus has no moral value. Now, feel free to respond with a legitimate argument, not just another like straw man legitimately from you of framing my argument in bad faith by saying I'm okay with the murdering of children, or that I'm not going to be able to convince you that murdering children's okay. Like, you know, bump your IQ by like 15 points and legitimately engage. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I am engaging. You're pretty much dehumanizing a fetus. You're treating it as if it's like a parasite.
Yeah, that's one of the straw mans.
Going back to your conscious,
I said it's a member of the human species. So I'm not dehumanizing it. It's a member of the human species. It's a human entity.
Okay, you're saying consciousness is what gives it. You're saying consciousness is what gives it a right to live, right?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, it does get a little bit more complex than that, but we'll ignore those complexities for now. Yes.
So what about someone who's in a coma and has is temporarily unconscious?
Yeah. So those are where the complexities. Those are where the complexities of the views come into play. So the more complex, the more complex view that I typically don't like to share to begin with my guests, because I just don't think that you'll be able to comprehend it. Is I specifically think that you have the right to life if you have a conjunct between past or present and future subjective experiences, which would grant the right to the life or moral value to a fetus when they have the ability to deploy first-person subjective experiences and ensure that individuals in comas also have the right to life. There's also like a secondary view here that like ultimately this just amounts to having a mind. Okay, like, you know, we'd say that the mind is first present when those thymocortical connections take place in a fetus and they have the ability to deploy sentience, and that mind doesn't go away when you're in a coma, right? Like a person in a coma is still that person. They still have that mind, because I think that, you know, any fair and reasonable theory of identity is rooted within the mind, right? They still have their personal identity, therefore they still have their mind, therefore they still have moral value.
But they're still unconscious during that time. They're unconscious.
Yeah, but that's completely irrelevant to them having the right to life under either of these two views.
No, it's not, because when they're unconscious, right?
Yeah, but were they
They
conscious
can't make
before?
any decisions, but they're soon going to
were
wake
they-
up from the
were
coma
they
and be
conscious
conscious,
before?
just
Listen.
like the fetus
Listen,
isn't conscious.
were they conscious
It's
before?
soon going to have conscience.
Okay, were they
just because the
conscious
fetus
before?
doesn't have a past?
My friend?
Does that mean it doesn't have a right to live?
Yeah, precisely. Right? Because was the person in the coma
That's messed
were they
up.
conscious before?
It doesn't matter.
Why? Well, it literally does for my view. Okay, I'm just describing my view. Okay, you're trying to give a counter argument to my position. So of course this would matter and be relevant to your counter argument since it's a part of my view. like what the fuck?
but your view is you don't even have morals though. Tell me what is your moral? What is your moral?
wait. So you're disputing my pro-choice view by just saying nuh-uh?
I
That's a
asked you
terrible
what your
argument.
morals were, and you didn't even answer it though.
What
in
do
the
you
beginning.
What do you mean by that? That's just a weird question. What are my morals? Like I could give you like my moral
How do you go-
positions on specific like subjects. Like I think that it's morally wrong to be a dumbass such as yourself than to impose that dumbassery onto the women and girls around you by advocating for abortion bans because you're an incel. Okay? Right? I think it's morally wrong, right, and hypocritical to claim that you are pro-life and that you value others, and then turn around and support the president whose administration is culpable for war crimes and murder in the South Caribbean, who denied and refused to abide by a court ruling to pay out $8 billion to ensure that 16 million American children wouldn't starve because of the government shutdown during the last 12 days of it in November. I think that it's morally wrong and hypocritical for you to sit here, act like you care about life, acknowledge that 40 through 60,000 Americans die per year via lack of access to healthcare, then continue to support Trump as president after through the big beautiful bill he took it away from another 10 million of them. Okay, so there's my morality, and then once
Let's
again,
focus on one thing though.
Oh yeah, no, we could continue to focus on abortion, but I mean, you've already lost that debate. I gave you my view. I told you that I don't think it's morally wrong because I can't identify any trait of the fetus that I deem to be morally valuable. And like so far, your only counter argument is, "Oh, you have no morality, Dean." Okay, right? Like, come on, you're whining. You're not debating.
No. Your argument is just because the fetus has not had a past conscience, right? That doesn't give it a right to live.
Past or present.
Like how a person who is in a coma, they have lived a past life. They've had past consciousness.
They still have the
that gives them the right to not be unalived while they're in a coma.
Yeah, because
that's
the,
your
because
argument.
the person in the coma
it's
still
past
has a
tense.
mind because they have past and future subjective experiences. Meanwhile, the fetus doesn't.
What
have
about
a
the
mind.
future? What about the future?
Yeah, the future.
The baby has a future. The baby will live. The baby will have a life. The baby is its own unique individual. You're treating a baby like if it's a parasite
So
that has like no conscience.
So point number one, the future is only valuable to me predicated that there's been past or present subjective experiences. Point number two,
And you're wrong.
If you abort the fetuses, okay, if you abort the fetus, then they will certainly not have a future. like you realize that, right? So like imagine this. If you're arguing that it's valuable because of its future, okay, it has the right to life because of its future. I have a question. Would you then argue retroactively all fetuses in which were aborted never possess the right to life because at no point did they have a future? Right? Like reasonably, like let's just name a woman. Savannah, okay, this is a hypothetical woman, and we know that Savannah got an abortion yesterday, okay? So it is certainly true, okay, that the fetus that was in Savannah's uterus a week ago did not have a future. Can you agree? Just descriptively, can you agree? Not, oh, they would have had a fetus if Savannah didn't abort them.
It didn't have a future because its life was taken away.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So therefore, a week ago, just descriptively, because that fetus didn't have a future, under your view, they didn't have moral value.
Because it was taken away from them. That's the main thing I'm trying to say.
Wait, just yes or no? Under your view. Wait, no, just yes or no. Under your view, this fetus a week ago in Savannah's uterus, with knowing for certainty, because we're just evaluating this retrospectively, they would be aborted a week in the future. A week ago, that fetus didn't have any moral value and didn't have the right to life because they didn't have a future, right?
They were going to have a future, but right.
No, they were not going to because we know that Savannah certainly
How do you
aborted
know
them.
that? How do you know that?
Because Savannah fucking aborted them yesterday.
Okay, but you took that from them. You took it away. That's like
Yeah, Savannah.
What you're saying makes no
Savannah took
sense.
that future potential away by aborting them. That's true. But all that this means is that it was certainly true a week ago that that fetus had no potential future, because it was certainly true that yesterday Savannah aborted them. And now you're saying, it makes no sense. Okay, all right. Well, let's see if I can find an argument that will make sense to you. I'm going to work with you. I don't expect you to work with me. Think about it this way. When does that future potentiality begin?
Begins at conception.
Okay, so under your view, it would be murder to kill it after conception. Therefore, do you think women with IUDs that know those IUDs can kill zygotes after conception by preventing their implantation, starving them to death, that are also sexually active, are culpable for murder?
They know the risks. There's a very small risk of the IUD failing.
Well, it's not the IUD failing. That's actually one of the two functions of it. I mean, it says that on the ID box, so.
Yeah, but they know the risks. It's not 100% sure that's going to prevent pregnancy.
So if one of these women, okay, had the IUD and it prevented pregnancy, not by preventing conception, but by preventing the implantation of the zygote into the uterine lining, killing it, would that be murder under your view?
Yes, because they knew the risk.
So killing unicellular human organisms is murder?
Yeah, because they knew the risk.
Okay. Do you think that, like you were dictator, would you send all murderers to jail?
Yes, send them to jail.
So
not take away their life.
So you think that sexually active women on some forms of birth control should be locked up for the rest of their lives?
No, because it was out of their control.
Wait. No, because it wasn't out of their control in the sense that...
So it's not their fault, but they still took the risk. It's two different things.
It wasn't out of their control in their sense that they elected to get that IUD. They know how that IUD works. Okay, they know that they're sexually active, they're consenting to the sex, and they know that there's a potentiality that one of these times when they're engaging in sex, that IUD is going to kill the zygote, right? Therefore, under your view, they'd be culpable for murder, the same way I'd be culpable for murder if I elected to buy a handgun, knowing that if I fire it through my door, there's a 10% chance it's going to kill someone on the other side, that inevitably does kill someone on the other side, I'd be a murderer. So if a woman elects to get an IUD and is sexually active, knowing that there's like a 3% chance that one of these times it's going to kill a zygote, then it does kill a zygote, they'd be culpable for murder. And because you said that you think all murderers should be sent to jail, therefore, under your view, women on some forms of birth control that are sexually active should be imprisoned until the day they die.
No, it all has to do with, this is why it's nuanced, it has to do with intention. The woman was never intended to murder the, or kill the sperm, right? That's what the IUD, right? They didn't, whatever, they didn't attempt, it's not a bad thing. But if you murder somebody
I don't
because
think
you
that intent is relevant here.
Yes, it is, because I'll send somebody who wrongfully takes away a life using a weapon, abortion, I'll send them to prison.
Listen,
because that's already a human being, a sperm.
Check this out. So if I have my 9mm in my hand and I fire it through the door in front of me, and I know that upon firing it through the door in front of me, there's a 10% chance that it's going to hit and kill someone on the other side. But my intention in firing the gun isn't to kill someone on the other side, but is because I like loud noises and it kind of sounds like a firework when I shoot it. But then it does hit and kill someone on the other side of the door. Would you argue I'm a murderer?
Well, yeah, because you're playing with firearms.
Even though I lack the intention of killing someone. So therefore, under both of our views, murder doesn't necessarily include an intention to kill.
So you're comparing what did you say, a firework or firearm?
So
you're
that wasn't a comparison.
You're comparing that to an IUD.
That wasn't a comparison. That wasn't a comparison at all. That's a counter argument against your position when you argued. No. It's not a comparison. It's not a comparison, as it was rather a counter argument against your position that the qualification of murder would necessarily imply an intent to kill. Okay,
so let me ask you a crazy question.
No, don't ask me a question. Respond to that. Because that was a counter argument against your position, right? That proved, even under your view, okay, your qualifications of murder don't necessarily include an intent to kill. Because in that hypothetical, there was no intent to kill, yet you still consider the person to be a murderer.
So when you're playing around with firearms, firework, whatever you said, you know the risk. You're being unresponsible, and therefore that makes you like, all right, you have bad intentions because you know you're not supposed to be playing with something dangerous.
Okay, you know the risk. So the same way that women with IUDs know the risk of that IUD killing a zygote if they're sexually active.
And IUD, okay, this is what you're. Let me ask you a question. So if I'm like, stroking the one-eyed snake, and I nut in a sock, should I go to jail?
Well,
because
not
those-
under
all
my
those
view.
sper-
And I mean, under your
Well,
view,
that's what
your
you're
own
pretty
issue
much trying to
work
make.
out.
You're trying to get me to say that I should go to jail for that.
Well, I mean, if you think that if it's murder to kill a zygote, therefore men who masturbate should be sent to jail, actually, you're telling us that your argument results in the absurdity of men having to go to jail if they masturbate because you're the one that thinks it's murder to kill a zygote. So actually, yes, in accordance with your logic, you should go to jail.
That's nonsense. That's nonsense.
Wait, you're the one that said it wasn't nonsense. You're the one that said it implied that. Because I'm like, hey man, if you think that it's like murder to kill a fetus because they have a future, therefore it's also murder to kill like zygotes, unicellular human organisms because they also have a future, then you're like, by that logic, it's murder for me to masturbate. Like, okay, I don't know how you made that connection, but like, whatever.
I'm saying that a woman-
Therefore, according to your logic, you should be in prison for masturbating. I mean, thanks
No,
for the
no, no,
win.
I'm saying-
Thanks
no, no,
for
no,
the
no. There's a
dunk. I don't know.
difference. Okay,
I don't know why you'd like give me this like absurd ass view on a silver platter. Like it's crazy.
Because you're trying to compare. You're trying to make me compare that if I have a firearm in my hand and I'm waving it around because I just like how it feels in my hand, and I could like accidentally pull the trigger and hit somebody, you're comparing that to a woman having an IUD and it failing by like a very small percent.
Donna, thank you for
That's what
the message over on YouTube. Donna sent a message on YouTube saying being this dumb should be criminal. I just wanted to read it off. Okay, I'm going to clear on that firearm hypothetical once again.
You're the one that's donating money, buddy.
Do you take issue with people donating money?
Yeah, that's sad.
Why is it sad?
Why are they donating money to you?
Because they support what I do and this is my full-time job.
You know, it's funny that he calls me dumb, but he's donating money to somebody that doesn't even know them.
Wait, of course I know like the viewers. Like I know their name, they're Donna, they're awesome, and I'm very thankful for them. And
How old is he? What is?
And I think that they also know that like we don't have a personal relationship. Okay, it's like, you know, like the cashier at McDonald's that you gave $10 to get a 10-piece chicken McNugget certainly didn't personally know you. So do you think that you're dumb anytime you make it like a transaction under capitalism?
So what are you serving? What are you serving that person that just donated money?
Oh yeah, you're asking
entertainment. Entertainment, is that what it is?
Entertainment and education, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Ella, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you, Ella. And Ella,
hey, Dean, let me ask you a question.
No, I need to thank my donors. Calm down. Ella, thank you for the $20, and you got it. I will keep your message to myself. Thank you for the $20, guys. Please show some love to Ella down below in that comment section. As well as Sarah, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for being so dumb. Timothy with the $5, thank you for being dumb. Jeremy with a 5. Haley with a 5, and Sophie with a 1. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Over on Venmo, Colleen, thank you so much for the $5, who says here's another quote-unquote dumb donation. Nina with a $5 who says crazy how guest believes in choices when it comes to himself and men, but not for women. Yup. Abby, thank you for the $10 who says thank you for advocating for women's rights. Thank you for what you do. Thank you, Abby. Elizabeth, thank you for the $10 who says love your views of the world, seeing what so many miss. Your morals are on point. I watch both you and Parker as well and appreciate both of you guys. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. And then Ben, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo who says if potential outranks actual harm, then we've officially turned morality into a Kickstarter. Trust me, it'll be good later. Well, I mean, I don't understand the second part of that message, I'm going to be honest, but I do understand the first part, right? It's like, oh, you're measuring the potential harm of the fetus compared to the actual harm of the woman. That's a very good argument. Thank you for the $25, Ben. Let's get 250 Ben W's, as well as Lena. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Lena. Show some love to Lena. And then Ben with another $10, Miles with a $10, and then Lena with a $50 on Venmo, who says congrats on the 500K YouTube subs. Also, good job on debating the quote-unquote journalists. Wait, first and foremost, thank you for the $50. Let's get 500 Lena W's in that comment section. And second of all, did we hit 500,000 YouTube subs? Oh my God, yo, we did. Yo, that's huge. Oh my God. Lena, literally, your donation just let me know. That's fucking crazy. We must have literally hit the 500,000 subs like this stream. We seriously must have hit that in the last like 20 minutes. Lena, that is so fucking kind of you. Thank you for the $50 and thank you for letting me know. Let's get some massive Lena W's and some massive 500K W's as well. That is a monumental landmark. Fucking hell, that is awesome. This is a moment of celebration. I'd also like to very quickly thank Sadie with the $5, then Lillian with the $5, Jessica with the $2, and then Sarah, thank you for the $15, who says, oh, so my life only matters when it's in the womb. SMH, my body, my choice, dead ass. Then Michelle, thank you for the $35 over on Venmo, who says, says, can we talk about the TPU clubs being put into schools across America? Yeah, TPUSA is going everywhere now. Thank you so much for the $35, Michelle. Let's show some love to Michelle down below in that comment section. As well as Tom, thank you for the $26, who says, had a source used to work with Trump's pageants and said his exploitation, including a pee kink, was known by staff decades to his presidential run. Well, I mean, it was known about the exploitation. The peaking is fucking crazy. Thank you for letting me know. And thank you for the $26, Tom. Would you just take a moment to thank all of the donors? Or could you say thank you for donating your money to Dean?
Yeah, so you guys pay Dean's bills. You know, he's making money off you guys. He's probably, what are you making a month?
2 or 3 trillion.
So yeah, you guys are blessed him, so he has to be thankful, has to read your super chats. You know what's crazy? I've actually donated to you to ask you a question, which you never answered.
Wait, then are you? Because
you don't read the dollar chats, right?
Wait, then are you dumb?
No, I wanted.
Wait, but you said that people that donated to me are dumb.
No, because I actually wanted to hear your answer.
Wait, and you don't think that other individuals also donate for me to like hear what they have to say or give them an answer to their question? So therefore, either you're dumb in accordance
the
with
person
your
that
view, or the people that
donated
donate to me aren't dumb in accordance with your
didn't
view.
ask you a question.
Okay,
No, that person.
So only people that donate to me in asking a question aren't dumb.
So if people
Patsy,
donate,
thank you for the $30 over on Venmo. Who says daily watcher here, but I've been absent recently due to being on Christmas vacation. Miss watching your live streams. Well, welcome back, Patsy, and I hope that you enjoyed your vacation. Thank you for the $30. Let's get 300 Patsy W's and 250 Linda W's for the $25. Who says, why aren't the past, present, and future of all the children that Trump is killing under the big beautiful bill more important to the caller? Because he doesn't actually care about kids, care about newborns, care about babies, care about life. He just cares about condemning women, controlling them too. Thank you, Linda and Patsy. I'd also like to thank Jolene with the $2 who says, love you, Dean. Thank you for what you do. Thank you so much. And Jennifer, thank you for the $10 who says, for Momo. Appreciate you for that love. And I'm sure Momo does as well. Timothy, thank you for the $7 on PayPal saying that Dean is awesome. Well, according to the guest, you're dumb. Andrew, thank you for the $5 who says, I do enjoy a good roast. And Sophie, thank you for the 3. Appreciate you guys. All right. Anyways. All right. Looks like we're all caught up. Go ahead.
So yeah, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on this one. I just wanted to ask you a quick question.
Wait, you're willing to agree to disagree with me?
No, we're both agreeing to disagree with each other.
So I just want to clarify. If you're willing to agree to disagree with me, then that means that you're pro-choice, because thereby you'd also be agreeing to disagree with all of the women who disagree with you, and agreeing to disagree would agree to allow them to have their own opinions and make their own choices predicated on their own lifestyles. Well, and it looks like you head out before you were forced to address that one. Yeah, but he can't agree to disagree, because guess what? That's a pro-choice view. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got Olivia P. loading up in the box. Make sure if you're inside of the queue that you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Heather in the YouTube chat says agree to disagree is a cop-out for MAGA. No, it is. But specifically on topic of abortion, agreeing to disagree just means that you're pro-choice. Now, moving on to the next guest, we got NJ loading up in the box. Here we go, guys. What's up, NJ?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Your bio says Jesus is king. So you're a big Christian?
Yes, sir.
You think that Trump is a big Christian?
He's not the biggest Christian he can be. That's what I was going to say. I've seen the debate with you and Charlie Kirk. I was going to say just wanted a few seconds to mull signs for that, and then I seen you had more empathy for him than Parker and Harry. So
wait. So first and foremost, I mean, I mean, it's come on. I mean, it's been 4 months. I feel like the Kirk topic is kind of beat dead. And because it's been 4 months and that topic is so beat dead, I'm not even going to give that a response. Just tell us why you support Trump. I'd appreciate that.
No, I support Trump with what's going on. But before you ask that, what I wanted to say is, do you support Waltz with his fraud going on in Minnesota?
Oh, yeah, W fraud.
With all the Somalians and the child care centers.
What fraud?
The state of Minnesota has spent more than $30 billion. And where's it going with the fraud under the governor of Waltz?
Okay, so
this is just a whole documentary
would you
that
argue
just came
that,
out, and then we're also investigating
complicit inside of this fraud.
No, the FBI just got involved.
Okay,
it's talking about the fraud that's going on in Minnesota.
Wait. So you're saying that you believe that he is guilty before his guilt was proven in a court? Do you believe that Donald Trump is a rapist?
I'm not talking about Donald Trump right now. I'm talking about Waltz.
Well, see, the
And
relevant,
if you're talking about
the relevant,
Waltz, everyone's
the relevant thing about this,
guilty.
the relevant thing about this is I bet that you're a hypocrite because you're like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna believe that Tim Walz is guilty, like as the investigation is being launched before there's any guilt determined inside of a courtroom. But then when there is guilt determined inside of a courtroom for Trump in relation to him raping E. Jean Carroll, you likely still believe that he's innocent. But by the way, I don't know anything about it. So I'll look more into it, and by the time next stream comes around, I'll be
Yeah, you can look more into it. No, I'm not saying that. Like where you're getting at, and everyone's innocent until proven guilty, right? Just with the Epstein files, like I'm a Trump supporter, but I definitely believe Trump was in the Epstein files.
Why are you a Trump supporter if you believe that he's in the files?
We got to do more an investigation of what has happened with everyone on that island.
Oh wait, are you saying that you knew for certain that he'd sexually exploited like women or girls that you'd stop supporting him as president?
Yes, just like everyone else. Just like, wouldn't you do the same thing if it was Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton?
Yeah, I would. Okay, well, like, here's the thing. We actually do know for certain that he sexually exploited women and girls. We've already gone over it, like this stream in the last hour and a half, like twice. I bet that there's a lot of viewers who are kind of getting sick and tired of hearing this terrible clip. But I'm going to play it again for you because it seems really, like, relevant to your view here. Here's Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation in 2005.
Well, you could also say as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Yeah, that was sexual exploitation because he abused his position of power as the owner of the pageant to allow himself to unconsensually barge into their dressing rooms, where he then took advantage of their position of vulnerability to further the unconsensual sexual conduct of him looking at them while they were naked. So, I mean, you told us like a minute ago that you definitely stopped supporting him as president if you knew for certain that he sexually exploited people. Now you do. So are you still MAGA?
I was trying to respond earlier. No, that's fine. I've not heard that clip, but is it an unedited clip how he is suing CNN for January 6th about him saying march, 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 go, when he said do it peacefully, but they edited that out of the clip. He said go to January 6th, go march to the Capitol. I'm with you.
I don't know why we're talking about J6 or CNN. You're talking about BBC.
Because I'm saying, is that in context or is it an edited clip?
That's an unedited clip. You didn't hear any edits there. The clip that he's suing the BBC for is like specifically taking different words that he said at different points, then compiling them together in like a little bit of like a collage of these smaller clips. But what you just heard was one uncut clip from a sit-down conversation with Howard Stern in 2005.
2000. Okay. Like I said, Dean, I respect you more than anyone else is out there. Like I said, you had debates with Charlie Kirk. You've been there. You listen to both sides. I really appreciate you being here and not just being far left, far right, just taking in consideration of every side. But I think you got more to learn.
Can you respond to the argument, please? Like, you said that you would stop supporting Trump as president if you knew that he certainly sexually exploited women and girls.
There's things I don't agree with, but it's definitely better than what Joe Biden has been.
Wait. Okay, first and foremost,
there's a difference between a stupid person and an incompetent person. A stupid person means he knows what he's doing, he's just being stupid. An incompetent person means
the switch up is crazy. Dude, how much money do you want to bet that before I played you that clip, you said verbatim you would stop supporting Trump as president if he had sexually exploited women and girls?
Well, that's like Cat Williams. He's got 36 felonies against him. No compiled conventions against him. So,
what?
Kate Williams. This is what I'm comparing it to. You got so many people that are whistleblowers. They talk about it, like I was talking about the Somalis in Minnesota. All this fraud going on.
What the fuck is going on? Dude,
I know you don't know what
the fuck is going on. Dude, listen to me. I asked you if you would stop supporting Trump as president if he had sexually exploited women or girls. You said, yes, Dean, I would stop supporting Trump as president if he did that. I then played you the clip of Donald Trump admitting to it.
You're talking about
now since then, right? It's like Russia, BBC, J6, Somali individuals, stupid Joe Biden, incontinence for some fucking reason. You brought up incontinence, bruh. Brass tacks here. Let's just get down to the meat on the bone. You said you'd stop supporting him if he did what he admitted to. Do you still support him? Oh yeah,
No.
yeah. You'll never stop supporting him, even if he sexually exploited women and girls, which he has, and you just heard him admit to it. I think that you're spineless mega droid, zero respect. You're a member of a cult. It's sick. I can't believe that people like you exist. I'll never stop supporting him. You took the mask off because guess what? Before I proved that he had sexually exploited women and girls, your whole argument was, well, if he's in the Epstein files and that's investigated and he's proven guilty, well, if he did sexually exploit women and girls, I'd stop supporting him. But now all of a sudden, the moment that you've learned that he's actually done those things, the red lines go out the windows and you'll never stop supporting him. And honestly,
Dean,
I want to ask you an honest question.
You're talking about
I want to ask you an honest question here. Why? What redeeming qualities do you get from being a cult member to Trump? You get none. It's not just like he has a bad character. He's destroying this country. The economy's in the shitter. 1.3 million layoffs so far this year. Some of the highest levels of declared bankruptcy from American manufacturers in modern American history. GDP growth is down. Unemployment is up. We're on our way to a recession. Okay. Highest unemployment rate in 5 years. Investment in American businesses is down. Crypto market is crumbling. Individual performance and economic outlook and prospect is like down. The lowest it's been since the recession in the late 2000s. In the late 2000s. So my question is why? Why have you chosen to be a cult member for this man?
Dean, okay. This is what I was trying to tell you. So, I'm not a cult leader. I'm not MAGA or anything. I support Donald Trump, yes. But I'm not Magna with whatever you... Okay. We can both agree on this. The whole United States is messed up. They're divided on some certain type of party.
Because of people like you. Because of people like you.
People like me. What am I doing like people like me?
Yeah,
what am I doing?
I'll never stop supporting him regardless of what he does.
And what do you not agree with what's going on in America right now? The tariffs?
Oh my God. I literally just described about a billion things. But can you concede that you're a hypocrite?
Hypocrite how?
You said that you'd stop supporting him if he sexually exploited women or girls. Then you didn't stop supporting him.
You were talking about 2008, which is those cases have already been filed. I've seen that stuff. It's already been diminished. You're not talking about the present time right now. You're talking about the past.
Wait, so you're saying that there's some like evidence out there that he did?
What about Joe Biden? There's so much evidence.
I don't want to. What about Bidenism? I just want an explanation of your response. So you said the reason that you still support him is because you dispute that he did it due to quote unquote evidence out there that's proved it wrong. So what evidence?
What are the evidence that you have right now that he's exploiting children? What are exploiting anyone?
It is admission of guilt, corroborated by the aligning victim testimony.
Admission of guilt?
Yeah. You listened to it? He admitted guilt to Howard Stern on his radio show?
No, I don't listen to that radio show. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm not going to lie to you.
I played you the clip like a minute ago. Do you not remember that?
Yeah, I heard that. You said that was back in 2008.
Yeah,
Why did everyone love Donald Trump back in 2008? Okay, everyone loved Donald Trump from 2008 when you played that clip until 2016, until he ran for president. Then all of a sudden, then it became a problem. Why is it a problem now? Why is it a problem now?
So I just want
Why
to
wasn't it a problem when he first said it?
So you don't take a problem with him saying
But you guys want to say that bull crap.
Wait. We need to clarify. First and foremost, you're arguing that no one thought it was a problem then. That's not true. Okay? Donald Trump just didn't have the same social and public notoriety that he had then as he did in 2015. What happened the moment Donald Trump walked into politics and ran for president in 2015 is all of a sudden, all of the terrible, heinous, and atrocious things that he did before that point that he's admitted to in different echo chambers was brought into the light and outside of those small, perverted circles that they existed in prior. And they went from being something that Howard Stern and his, co-host and maybe a couple of viewers knew to something that was plastered on the phone and iPad screen of every American. Okay? But keep in mind here, we're not talking about every American. We're talking about you. And your counter argument to the fact that Donald Trump sexually exploited women and girls and attempting to justify that you don't care or it wasn't bad is an attempt to appeal to the projected hypocrisy of other people. When in all reality, this is an experience of your own. You're trying to argue that because the Democrats were hypocritical and didn't care about Donald Trump sexually exploiting people in the 90s and 2000s until he ran for president in 2015, that therefore you're not a piece of shit for not caring about it today. But if what you were saying here was true, then we would argue that any Democrat who knew Donald Trump did this and didn't care in 2005 but did in 2015 is a hypocrite, and you are a POS for not caring now.
I didn't say you're a POS for not caring. What I'm saying is people knew it was going on. And why didn't it matter? And this whole Epstein file shit didn't matter until he
listen
ran
to me.
for president.
Anyone who knew that it was going on and didn't care is just as sick as you are.
Barack Obama knew what was going on. He was on the Epstein files. He went to Epstein's Island.
What the fuck?
That's what I'm saying. You're saying I'm being
curveball.
You said I'm being a hypocrite.
Super big curveball. Point number one, Barack Obama has nothing to do with our topic of conversation. We're talking about how you don't care that Donald Trump sexually exploited women and girls. And second of all, he didn't. You have no evidence of that. You have absolutely no evidence that Obama's on the files. But I feel like this guy is just like astoundingly stupid. And he doesn't even really know the point that I want him to address. All that I'm trying to get you to address is the fact that Donald Trump sexually exploited women and girls, and the fact that you said you'd stop supporting him if you knew that was something that he's done. And so far, your responses have just been a projection or like a shift of blame / guilt. Okay? Right? Because think about it this way. If Obama was on the Epstein files, this would not justify you supporting Donald Trump as president, even though he sexually exploited women and girls. This would just mean that you shouldn't support Donald Trump as president because he sexually exploited women and girls, and you shouldn't support Obama because he's on the Epstein files. I think that's clear to me. Why isn't it clear to you? Or any other of the Trump supporters that come up onto this live and make the same argument.
You're okay. You can. I got many arguments I want to say to you, but you keep muting me. Speak your mind. Let me speak my mind for once when I want to talk about it.
Yeah,
that's not what I was.
Okay, yeah, I'll let you talk.
That's not what I was getting at.
You're staying on
this
track.
is what I'm saying. Okay, let me talk.
Yeah.
Donald Trump obviously knew Epstein. Correct, right? We all know that.
What does Epstein have to do with this conversation? I don't understand.
We were just talking about this conversation. Then you said I talked about Obama being on the Epstein list. You said I doubt Obama was on the Epstein list. We just know Obama's on the Epstein list too.
So many solid arguments. I want you to respond to the fact you said you'd stop supporting Trump as president if he sexually exploited women. I proved to you that he sexually exploited women, and you still support him as president. Obama, Epstein, this is all gibberish. These are all shifts of the goalposts. This is all bullshit. It's all unrelated. Every single thing that's come out of your mouth is completely unrelated.
Okay,
because we're specifically talking about Donald Trump admitting the sexual exploitation, and you still support him as president.
You want to stay stuck on that topic? We've been talking. That's 20 minutes.
Not been talking about that. We've not been talking about that because every single time I've asked you to talk about it, you don't. Every single time I ask for you to address your hypocrisy, you don't. Every single time I ask you for your response, you just pivot. Seriously. So far, your response is...
I'm not... You pivot from one
to all the way back to the same argument than when I
You
first.
can't accuse me of wanting to like beat a dead horse by staying on the same old point, then accuse me of pivoting in your next breath. You are like flailing like a fucking windman in front of the car dealership right now. You know those little things that they pipe the air through and then they flail in the wind? That's you, okay? Because you just accused me beating the dead horse and staying on the same point for 20 minutes. Then I accuse you of pivoting, which is absolutely true, because the reason I've stayed on the same point for 20 minutes is because every time I ask you for your response, you talk about Obama, you talk about Biden, you talk about like fucking the Democrats, hypocrisy, not caring then but caring now, like 2015, like by staying on this one point for 20 minutes, which is the diametrical opposite of pivoting.
I told you I'd still support him. I said, "Where did you get that evidence from?"
Why?
Back in
Like,
2008, and I said,
and then I asked you, why would you still support him?
Why didn't that evidence come back in 2008 or sooner before he became president? Why is it now relevant now that he's president? Because maybe more people were in on it, Dean. And maybe more people knew about it, and now they wanted to expose him because it's like, oh shit, they're messing up our stuff, what we got going on here, like the Epstein files. He's like, oh, do you think Epstein unalived himself under the watch? Yeah. Do you really believe that?
There's no debate to be had with you.
Just all of a sudden, all the cameras went out, and then Epstein unalive themselves.
There's just no debate to be had. There's like there's no debate to be had with this guy.
You know, Dean. And you know it goes deeper. I know. I can look in your eyes and you know it goes deeper.
There's just no debate to be had with this guest whatsoever.
You're with that system, dude. I can look in your eyes. I can see it. Dean.
What do you think?
Jesus Christ is Lord. Jesus Christ is Lord.
What are the first 4 books in the New Testament?
You just gotta.
What are
Get
the first?
through it, man.
Hey, I have a question. What are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Of the New. Oh. Okay. So you got. What do you want? Okay, I can't. I can tell you it's John, Luke, Peter, whatever.
John, Luke, and Peter.
No, I'm saying we can go to any testament.
John, Luke,
tell
and
me
Peter.
Something you want to talk about?
What
tell me
the
something
fuck?
You want to talk
No,
about. I can tell you anything in the Bible.
No, it's not. No, you can't tell me anything in the Bible because I just asked you to name the first 4 books of the New Testament. Then you say John, Luke, and Peter, which is not only wrong but only 3.
It's only 3. Yeah, it's not the first 4 either.
What are the?
It's Matthew, Luke. Why don't you tell? You ask me anything, Peter. Dean. Let me.
My name's Dean. What's going on?
You're acting like a Peter. Dean, tell me anything you want to know. We can do this for real.
Okay.
Like being civil people, not fucking debating about the country. We can do this as civil people, as an American one to another.
How many branches of the federal government are there?
3.
What are they?
You said the Bible. You got the judicial. I know what they are. I don't gotta tell you. You got the. You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what are they?
I know what, dude. I don't gotta say them.
Yeah, you do.
Did you? I was okay. So why are you switching up this argument when I was talking about?
Because you told me to ask you anything.
I said something about. I said ask me anything about the Bible.
Okay, well, you failed that question too, because I asked you what the first 4 books of the New Testament were, and you said Matthew, Luke, and Peter.
That was before I asked you that question. Then you asked me what the 3 parts of the government were.
Okay.
I know what they are.
Listen,
Hey, Dean, actually, they dropped a whole New Testament, and he was right.
Yeah, dead ass, dude. Okay, listen, Barker, I'm just gonna catch you up real quick. Blank slate. I mean,
oh my gosh,
the floor is yours. Blank slate. I mean, we're not talking about anything too notable. You could take this in whatever direction you want. A couple quick background pre-qualifiers about the guests. Super dumb. ultra far right back motherfucker, said there's nothing Trump could do that'd make him to stop supporting him, and possibly drunk. But for everybody
let me
watching,
see if one more is applicable. Do you think that Dean is paid by the DNC?
No, I know Harry was.
Okay, I'm gonna go use the restroom again. I'll be back. I'll be back in like a minute.
That, Dean. See you guys soon.
Harry was. See you guys soon. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Leaving here with Parker.
Yeah, that's why he knows Harry was.
Okay, wait, so can you give me any reason to believe that?
Your documentation on government websites.
No, there's no documentation
on the
that says
DNC, on the
directly paid Harry.
They talk about paying a Harry Sisson. Who's the Harry Sisson on there?
No, the DNC did not directly pay Harry Sisson.
Okay, I'm not up here to defend Harry Sisson or either.
I'm not up here to do that either. I was just trying to make a point.
Okay.
I have a few questions, I guess. Would you vote for someone who called for the execution of some Democrats?
The execution of some Democrats?
Yeah.
And what do you mean in that term? Who has called? Why do you
like if they just straight up reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington would you still vote for them?
Well, I can make the same argument. Why would Democrats make the call for the killing?
No, hold up. Can you answer the question?
I can ask that because
I will let you ask that question right after. I want to hear an answer.
No,
would you still vote for someone who did that?
No, but I know you would because there's a lot of people.
So let me clarify. Donald Trump quite literally on Truth Social reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington would in reference to Democratic veterans in Congress that told people in the military to not follow unlawful orders because that is what they should do to uphold the Constitution. So literally all they said was follow the law and do not follow unlawful orders. And literally, Donald Trump called for them to be executed. You just said you wouldn't support someone who called for the execution of some Democrats, but now you still do.
What exactly did he say off of Truth Social? If you're following the law of the order of the land, what did he say on Truth Social? It calls them to be executed. What do you mean?
You need to know.
Yeah, what do you
posted this on Truth Social? He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled "Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unspecified Unlawful Orders" by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would."
You got it. Well, no, keep it plain. I want to see the rest of it.
It's just Dean yapping. So
there's nothing more.
I like seeing Dean yap, but you had the documents. You guys must have been talking before you joined up here, Parker. But it's okay.
Can you at least agree that now you do condemn Donald Trump because you just said you would?
I don't condemn him. No, I won't condemn him because
exactly.
Okay, so I'll condemn the governor of Minnesota for all the fraud that he has allowed against the American people with Somalia.
Okay, let me tell you something crazy. That investigation began in 2018, 2019. Did you know that?
Oh, why has it gotten so much worse under Waltz?
You understand? When you say so much worse.
Yeah, I understand that, but Waltz is democratic. It's a democratic state. Why is it gotten so much worse now?
Wait. Are you saying if fraud happens under your administration, you're responsible for it, even if you didn't cause it yourself?
It's the state that you live in, because state has their own.
Okay. So then the fraud that happened in 2020 under the 2020 election that Donald Trump believes is the reason that the election was overturned and rigged. You believe that was because of Donald Trump, right?
Why would he rig? What are you talking about?
Yeah, the election fraud.
No,
he claims that there was election fraud. He said fraud that happens under the leadership of someone is caused by the leader. Therefore, that necessarily entails that Donald Trump caused the election fraud.
It wasn't under his leadership. The state have the right to do what they want. Every state has the obligation to do what they want, and voting for state rights.
But he's fraud in office for a federal election.
Yeah, fraud is a federal crime, by the way.
Yeah. That's why I said Minnesota. That's why why is it Waltz getting investigated?
And that's why the FBI is dealing with this?
There's been over $10 billion of fraud in Minnesota.
You just acknowledged. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off. You just acknowledged
that would have been your vice president. That would have been your vice president.
I have to go. I'm just telling you. You just acknowledged the exact reason why Tim Walz would not be accountable for this, because it's a federal crime. It has nothing to do with him.
Who writes the checks to those centers. The government, the state governor does. The state
Wait, the
does.
governor does not write the checks to the investigators. The investigators, those would be state and
Who's
local.
investigating?
Now,
No,
they can
the
provide
state
overall
has to-
funding, but you
the
understand that
state has
there's
to
also.
ask for investigators to invest
right, I'm gonna-
it.
All right,
Dean, you have
Parker.
fun with this.
Investigate it because they're
you
just
have a-
writing the checks.
You have a good one, Parker. Thank you so much for coming up. I don't think that you care about fraud. If Donald Trump committed fraud, would you still support him as president?
If there's proof of him committing fraud, but what he said about taxes, like
if there was proof of
never-
him committing fraud, if he was a fraudster, would you stop supporting him as president?
I wouldn't stop supporting him if he wasn't doing. I wouldn't stop supporting him. because-
Dude,
listen,
okay,
listen, no, are you gonna- Parker,
so
Dean.
if Trump was like literally in like Tim Walz's shoes,
how is it fraud when you're working the system? The system's supposed to be worked when you're rich. Every person that has
okay, then Tim Walz was just working the system, man. Don't know what to tell you. Dude, this guy's just nuts, dude. You're nuts, brother.
But that's what I'm just saying. When he was debating with Kamala Harris, he said, "How am I a fraudster when I'm working?"
Aaron, that he literally cannot. Oh, 1 second. He literally cannot open a foundation. He literally can't open up a charity in the state of New York because he was found guilty for defrauding the charity that he owned. That's not working the system. That is stealing money. That is stealing money from a charity that's supposed to help people to enrich yourself.
And I can say that with Minnesota, with Waltz, he's stealing the money.
Wait, so then you're making a comparison between. Wait. So then
They're
you're making
all
a comparison.
Somalians.
So then you're making a
9
comparison.
children.
Wait. So then you're saying that Donald Trump is guilty.
Look it up. There's a whole documentary, dude.
So you
I'm
said,
telling you.
oh my God,
Go to Minnesota.
listen. So you said that you could say that Tim Walz has done the same thing that Trump has.
It's fraud. It's so much
But
fraud.
you support Trump as president.
If you were to do it, Dean, you'd be in prison.
You said that Tim Walz has done the same thing Trump has, but you support Trump as president. So why are you critiquing Tim Walz?
So basically, what you're saying, if Donald Trump does it and Tim Walz does it, it's okay for me to support Tim Walz because Donald Trump did it.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Because you
That's
said,
not
why do you,
what I'm
then
saying
why do
at
you
all. That's not. I'll repeat myself. If you think that Trump is guilty,
then
for
why
this-
did you guys support him?
Let me repeat myself.
When it was running?
You're an idiot. Oh my God. You just said that Donald Trump is guilty for the same thing you think Tim Walz is guilty of, and then you're trying to criticize.
No, I don't think I know.
If you interrupt me one more time,
I don't think I know.
If you interrupt me one more time, I'm gonna banish you. Stop.
Don't do that. Not in the dark. I live in the light, son. All right, go ahead.
Stop interrupting me. You're saying that you think Trump is guilty of the same thing that you think Tim Walz is guilty of. And then you're like criticizing people on the left for supporting Tim in the last election. Yet you're actively supporting Trump today. I want a yes or no. I don't want any other word than yes or no. Can you agree and acknowledge that that is hypocritical?
Can we? All right.
Just a yes
I'll
or
give
no.
you my answer. But can we
No.
talk
I want
about more?
no. I want a yes or no.
Yeah, that's what I'll say.
Is it
yes,
hypocritical?
It is.
So you're a
It can
hypocrite.
be.
No, not it can be. Is it? Are you a hypocrite?
Then you're a hypocrite
No,
too.
wait. I just wait. Are you a hypocrite?
Because you'll be
Hey,
hypocritical.
stop. Are you a hypocrite?
You say yes or no. I gave you no. I'm not. Because if you, the way you defined it, then you'd be a hypocrite too. Because if you define the same thing that Tim Walz has,
The statement you'd be a hypocrite too, okay,
If you
would be
define the same-
implied under the assumption that you are a hypocrite. That's how we use the word to, but you denied that you're a hypocrite, therefore that sentence is meaningless. B, I was running an internal critique of your own suppositions. You're the one that is supposing that Tim Walz is guilty of the same thing that Trump is. I'm not a hypocrite if I don't think that Tim Walz is guilty. Point number C, I'm going to thank a couple people real quick. Aaron, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. That is ERIN. Show some love to Aaron in that chat who says, ask him how many drinks he's had. How many drinks are you in for the night, sir? Can you respond?
I keep getting muted.
How many drinks?
2, sir.
I could tell. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Show some love to Lindsay. Then Victoria, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Victoria, that is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get 200 Victoria W's, who says, I love the debates today. Help. Discord won't let me join. I want to. Okay, so don't use the link in my link tree because sometimes that's like fucky. Go to your Discord app, then just join using the join code Dean. Then Ben, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Remy, thank you for the 3. Robert, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Amanda, thank you for the $10. Marie with a 5, and then Hannah with a 10. Thank you guys. I really appreciate y'all so very much. It looks like we're all caught up over on Venmo. Let's go and catch up on PayPal as well real quick. Over on PayPal, Rebecca, appreciate you for the $10, who says, you don't have to read this out loud. Okay, you got it. Thank you for the $10, and thank you for that critique as well. And then Velo with a $1. Jaslyn, thank you for the $10, who says, in honor of my conservative dad. Yo, put him on the mic. Let me debate him, Jaslyn. Thank you for the $10. Show some love to Jaslyn in that chat. Berkeley, thank you for the 5. And then Eugenia, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Show some love to Eugenia down below, folks. That is EUGENA, who says, I have finally found you. I'm super impressed, and hopefully this pisses the guy off because he's given me a headache. Yeah, this guest is giving me one too. It's a fucking mess. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Eugenia. We're all caught up. One more, actually. Dog Trainer, thank you for the $100 on YouTube. Oh my God. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you for your kindness, and thank you for the love, Dog Trainer. Dog Trainer with 100 says, I don't know how you do this day after day, Dean. I'd lose my mind. Thank you so much for what you do. Keep fighting the good fight, but please protect your mental health above all. Well, I'd say the reason why I'm able to do this day after day is because I've just built up a little bit of a resistance to it. You know, I used to really get triggered by the nonsense, but anymore I'm just like expecting it. But seriously, thank you for the $100. That is so incredibly kind of you. Please, guys, let's get 1,000 Dog Trainer W's down below in that chat. And I honestly was planning to kick him, and we're going to move on now. I just wanted to waste a little bit more of his time because that guy was nuts. Okay, there's like no debate to be had there. Literally none. Let's go to get that. Let's go to get that. Oh, hello?
Baby, missed you.
You gotta.
Baby, missed you.
No, baby didn't miss me. No.
Yeah, baby, missed you.
No.
I loved you.
No, don't. No, baby does not.
Baby, missed you. Baby loves you, Dean. I love you.
No, baby does not love Dean.
We do this every time. You know damn well baby loves you.
Dean is scared of baby.
Why would you be scared of baby?
Because you're fucking freaky, dude.
Be that as it may.
You're freaky ass baby, dude.
Yeah, be that as it may. Baby loves you. Here to protect you, baby. Baby loves you.
We're gonna move on to the dude. What a fucking weirdo, dude. We're gonna move on to the next guys. Honestly, that guy gives me a good laugh. He's out of all the trolls, he's one of my favorite. Only up inside of the cube. Yapping to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Altered, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Says, is guest JD Vance from South Park? He honestly sounds like he is a South Park character. He's pretty funny. I'd also like to thank Sean for the $1, and then Sakura, thank you for the $5, and Lucy with the $5. Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all so very much. If you're watching, by the way, and you want to support me, support the stream and support what we do here, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on that YouTube stream, and right there on top of my head. Get 100% of those proceeds that go straight to me, and you could attach a message. I could read off on live. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box, y'all. If y'all break the rules, you will be banned. Quite frankly, so you got to follow the rules. Don't worry, they're very simple. You have to be A, an American, B, an adult, and C, at least 18 years old. So follow those rules, or else you'll get absolutely banned. You'll get so banned so very quickly. The mods are gonna blow your house up. Just kidding. I can't say that. Don't ban me, TikTok. Hello, TikToker. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
1 month.
October.
I don't know if I want to trust them. Conservative Central 76. Do you support Trump?
Yeah. Yes.
And how old are you?
18.
18. What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. You guys want to do like a little bit of duo action here? Duo action. Let's do it.
Tag team.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and ask you guys the first question. This one's going to be simple. Do you guys think that Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution?
No, sir. No, I'm gonna have to say no on this. Do you, Dean?
I do. How can you guys argue that he's not a threat to the Constitution, considering the fact that he's either proposed a violation or violated it 5 times in the last 10 months? Let's start with the First Amendment. He has been a great threat to the First Amendment. He said it's now illegal to, criticize him in the media. He's advocated for Stephen Colbert to get silenced and kicked off air, to get put to sleep because of what Colbert says about him on air. He's defunded PBS and NPR because he doesn't like what they say. He's also purported a threat to the Second Amendment. I mean, he literally gave a directive to his Department of Justice to find any way to ban any and all gun ownership for law-abiding trans-American citizens. That is such a grave threat to the Second Amendment that even the far-right NRA spoke out against his administration for stating that. He's directly infringed on the 14th Amendment with Executive Order number 14160 that violated the Birthright Citizenship Clause by attempting to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil. He's violated the 10th Amendment by illegally deploying the National Guard, right, in Illinois, which, by the way, was an unlawful order he gave to the military. And he's, proposed a violation of the 22nd Amendment through his continued cycle of saying that he's going to run for a 3rd term. And then the cherry on top would, of course, be when he just called for the termination of all the rules, regulations, and articles in the Constitution on Truth Social in December of 2022.
Is that all?
No, but that's a good starting point.
Okay. Well, I mean, first of all, I want to talk to you about this. So, you know how AP News referred to the Gulf of America as the Gulf of Mexico, right? And Donald Trump banned them from the it was the White House press room. They no longer are allowed in the White House. Do you believe that is unconstitutional? Is that a violation of the freedom of press?
Well, before we talk about something that I didn't say, can we first address the 15 things that I did?
I mean, you said a lot. I mean, I don't know. I'll run through a list. For example, if I try to remember what you said.
The three worst things. The 3 worst things that he's actually done. Sure. He's actually violated the 10th Amendment. He's actually violated the 14th Amendment, and he's actually called for the termination of the Constitution. Respond to those 3 things.
Can we go one by one? So, I mean, go ahead.
All right. So, wait. Which amendments do we start on first? Then?
Yeah, you get to choose.
Right. Second Amendment. So, where did Trump do that?
2 months ago. I mean, it was a public press briefing. He was like, they're going to find a way to ban gun ownership for all trans people. Yeah, that's super unconstitutional. You can't do that.
He said he was going to do that?
He gave the public directive to his DOJ to try to find a way. And then the NRA spoke out against this administration. That'd be categorized as a threat to the Constitution.
Could I find that real quick?
Yeah, for sure. Feel free. And then the actual violations would that I'm referencing at least would pertain to the 10th Amendment and the 14th. He belligerently and intentionally infringed on the 14th.
I'll let TikToker respond then.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's 2 Trump supporters, 0 response.
I mean, I was just saying if you wanted, because this is kind of unusual to have 2 people up at once, but I mean, what I'd say is just because something's in the law, would you say it makes it right?
Morally so? No.
Right. We had the 18th Amendment, the prohibition on ALK that got taken out, for example, which you repealed. So, I mean, my response to that would be can you give me specifics on how you believe he's violated the 10th Amendment?
Yeah, for sure. Specifically, the Supreme Court ruled a week ago that he violated the 10th Amendment when he deployed the National Guard in Illinois. He specifically violated the 14th Amendment too with Executive Order number 14160 when he tried to illegally consolidate power to himself to amend and change the Constitution, which, by the way, is a tenet of fascism.
Are you referring to
stripping birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil? Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it being in law doesn't make it right. I actually don't agree with birthright citizenship.
Oh, so I just want to clarify. You're changing your position away from what you originally stated when you said Donald Trump is not a threat to the Constitution to now arguing that Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution, but you support that threat because he's only illegally playing a wannabe dictator to overrule parts of the Constitution that you disagree with.
Sure, Dean. So, I mean, like we've established before, just because something's in the law doesn't make it right, right? So,
Yeah, but I'm just making sure that you're tracking that logic within your position. So just to be clear, can you?
Are you
can
gonna allow me to speak, Dean?
Yeah. Just to be clear, I want you to like explicitly clarify in your position, because the first position that you shared with us when you joined the live is that Donald Trump is not purported a threat to the Constitution. But now that I've been able to detail specific infringements on it, okay, you're defending them. So you're shifting your position away from him purporting a threat to the Constitution to him being a threat to the Constitution, but you just happen to support the threat that he poses.
Yeah, so I mean, do you know what the purpose of the Constitution is?
To protect individual rights, liberties, and freedoms, and to ensure that the governmental structures and bodies that would exist inside of this country have delegated and shared power to like fight against dictatorial rules of a monarchy, such as the one that we flee from in Europe.
And like we've established before, you know, what I was saying before you cut me off is that just because something's in law does not make it right. So I disagree with birthright citizenship. I believe that taking out the birthright citizenship will benefit the U.S. because I believe in America first. I prioritize the U.S. and that's not a reference to Nicholas at all. I'm not a fan of him, but essentially I believe that birthright citizenship is a threat to our nation. It incentivizes individuals to come into our country illegally and to utilize their children as tools to pathways to citizenship. Therefore, I don't agree with birthright citizenship.
Okay, well, point number one, giving pathways to residency or citizenship to undocumented immigrants is America first. It makes our country better. It sustains our birth rates. It booms our economy. It makes our labor force and productive capacity significantly higher. But that is a little bit off base because you still haven't responded to the point that I've asked you to, which would be an explicit concession away from your original view when you attempted to argue that Donald Trump is not a threat to the Constitution, because seemingly what you're
I think it's a
now,
betterment of the Constitution.
because seemingly what you're describing now is that Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution because he's infringing on it. You just support his infringement.
I mean, it's not an infringement in the aspect that you believe it is. Like,
he's violating the 14th Amendment, and he's violating the separation of powers in the power delegated to the executive branch of our government, and he's violating subclause 2 of the second article of the Constitution, which would be the supremacy clause, basically saying that all withholdings must be in accordance of the articles and amendments of the Constitution, including the withholdings delegated to the executive orders written and signed into law by the president.
if anything, I mean, I think for the 14th Amendment, he's actually doing a lot more for it. Like, for example, taking out DEI, that is a great betterment of our equal protection clause. I think that he actually, if anything, is moving towards the Constitution, if anything.
Okay, well, I'd actually argue that his one executive order on DEI only purported a greater threat to the Equal Protections Clause of the 14th. But, I mean, we're still not hearing a verbal concession from you. Donald Trump is infringing on the 14th Amendment, right?
So which, you know, those clauses in the 14th, which part of the 14th do you believe he's violating, like state, like subject to like jurisdiction of the state? Is that
He is violating the first clause of the 14th Amendment that reads, all persons born in America and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens. That is the clause that he is violating with Executive Order number 14160. It is strictly illegal.
Hold on, can you restate that really again? Can you restate that?
All persons born or naturalized in America and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are American citizens.
So, like, for example, if I were to like step into like America, right, like just illegally, and if I were to go into California, you would agree that I'd be subject to the jurisdiction of California, like such as in the fact that if I decide to steal, I would face the law, correct?
Yeah, if you step into America and have a child, that child's a citizen per the 14th Amendment.
I think that, hold on, birthright.
And you think that's right, Dean?
Do I think it's right? I mean, I haven't really seen any practical issues with it, as well as it upholds, I mean, just solely, which is a core American value and tenet that the founders of this country operated on, and I thought that y'all cared about the founders, saw that as American greatness, so very interesting indeed. And then also, I mean, this boogeyman of undocumented immigrants fleeing to America to have children so they're citizens is also something that's just simply not true. You're at a grave risk when flying when you're 8 months pregnant. Plus when they are 8 months pregnant and they come into this country, healthcare is another disaster that they have have to figure out. So it just simply doesn't happen. But I mean, that aside, I mean, I just want to stick strictly on the legality. If you could concede that, you know, it is a legal fact that the children born to undocumented immigrants here have a claim to birthright citizenship per the 14th Amendment, and Donald Trump legally infringed on the 14th Amendment with his executive order, while also testing the second article of the Constitution, that being the Supremacy Clause. What the hell?
I mean, I'd make this statement like.
One second, guys. 1 second.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, go ahead, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you were going to whip out the good old anxiety pen right now, but I mean, anyways, going back into it, what we're talking about. So, for example, we established that just because something's in law doesn't make it right. I'll concede to the fact that, yes, as of right now, the 14th Amendment does state, and it does allow for birthright citizenship. However, my disagreements with it justify Donald Trump's action in that.
Okay, yeah, I don't even think that your disagreements with it justify Donald Trump's actions. Because Donald Trump's actions aren't just merely an infringement on the 14th, but they're also an infringement upon the delegated roles and powers by the Constitution to the branches of our government and the Supremacy Clause of the Second Amendment. Like, I don't think it's okay to say that just because you disagree with a part of the Constitution that you support a president, thereby violating that part of the Constitution, and in turn, therefore, also violating the Supremacy Clause of the Second Article by, you know, attempting to succumb and assume more power than the power in which is rooted within the Constitution itself. I think that all withholdings from our government have to act in accordance with the Constitution. And if there's a part of the Constitution that we don't like, we have to legally change it as described by the Constitution, either through a new amendment in Congress or a reinterpretation from SCOTUS, not by an illegal directive set out by a wannabe dictator serving from the executive branch.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it was lawful. If you're trying to say he committed like an unlawful action, he does have, what was it? It's like, there's like some criterion that's like, that needs to be met. It's like criminal intent is one of them. And he does have the ability to declassify documents, and there is no formal process for it. However, based upon our checks and branches, we can't have that strike down his actions.
Wait, it's already been strucken down by like multiple federal courts all around this country and deemed unlawful.
Yeah, so
it's already been ruled unlawful, and it doesn't take much reason to know why it's unlawful either. And no, there doesn't need to be criminal intent.
But he was within.
You don't need criminal intent to like in reference to like breaking federal laws. The president infringing on the Constitution as the president. If you step out of line with the Constitution within any sense of what that means, with or without intent, it's illegal. Okay, because it's in conflict with the law. It's in conflict with the Constitution. Okay, but like this doesn't matter because we've already had federal courts rule it as unconstitutional, and we also know why, because it just strictly violates the clear text of the 14th.
Oh yeah, perfect. I was muted, but like I said, he does have the authority. I think you can probably.
He does have the authority. You're wrong. Article 2 disagrees.
Yeah, I mean, what are you like? Which part of Article 2 are you like citing? Are you like
subsection 2 of the Supremacy Clause? Article 2, subsection 2, the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution is pretty clear. The president literally never has the authority to overrule the Constitution. Never has the authority to infringe on the Constitution. He always has to act in accordance with it. Always. There's never an opportunity for the president to act in opposition of the Constitution, legally speaking. It's just simply not an authority that the president has ever or will ever possess.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he does have discretion over it. Like I said, we do have checks. Yeah, you're laughing a little bit, right? But I mean,
Yes.
I'm telling you, he does have discretion in order to provide. Dean,
I'm not interrupting you. I am laughing at you.
nah, you're just distracting me with your good looks. But no, I'm kidding. Essentially, what I'm getting at is he does have discretion over it to provide and create jurisdiction regarding it. However, like I said, our checks and branches, they can strike it down.
He doesn't. What discretion does the president have?
Yeah, do you want me to get you like a specific like?
Yes. Give me a discretion that the president has to violate the Constitution. It's just not true. It's just simply not true.
Yo, Dean, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, what's up, man?
So you said that, like, you said Trump like violated the amendment, right?
Yes.
Or the Constitution, right? Biden also
Intentionally
did.
and belligerently, yeah. No, he didn't.
Biden also did that.
Biden didn't
That's not a good
intentionally
argument.
and belligerently infringe on the Constitution.
Didn't he want to cancel like 400 billion, like, or 500? I don't know, and like student loan debt using like
Yeah. So first and foremost, I don't think it was intentional nor belligerent. Second of all, after SCOTUS ruled it as unconstitutional, he then stepped back, was like, okay, I took an oath to uphold the Constitution, so if I want to achieve this goal, I'm gonna have to find a legal way to do it. Then he did find a legal way to do it, honored SCOTUS's ruling. That was a shining example of how the checks and balances,
but
as
he still
purported
did.
by our government, are supposed to function.
He still did it though.
Yeah, and I don't care because he honored the checks and balances. And once SCOTUS told him he couldn't do it because it was illegal, he honored that, turned around and found a legal way to do it. The difference is here, that means I don't care about what Biden did, but I do care about what Trump did, is because I believe we have a lot of reason to believe is intentional and belligerent. Meanwhile, we also see a continued push from the Trump administration to achieve this one specific goal, even though the means that they have used and are continuing to use are definitely illegal.
He still did it though.
Okay, and I
Most of the
told you I
things you
don't
listen
care
to,
for the
look, wait,
reasons I
look,
just
look.
gave you.
Most of the things you
Come on,
listen
you're literally gridlocked.
they were
right now.
taken out of context.
You're stun locked. You're stun locked right now. You just continue to repeat yourself.
No, I'm not.
I told you. I told you that I don't care for reasons X, Y, Z. I literally gave you 3 reasons why I don't care that justify a difference, right? I mean that you shouldn't care about what Biden did, but you should care about what Trump's doing because of the 3 reasons that I just gave.
Most of the things you listed about Trump were just like the media saying he is going to do it, but he never like did it.
My friend,
They
Executive
just
Order
takes-
number 14160 was done his first day in office. Look it up.
What again? Say it again.
Executive Order number 14160 was done his very first day in office.
Honestly, I think logically speaking, we'd have to like concede to the fact that it was unconstitutional. But I think realistically speaking, I believe that it is right. I think it is right to do something like that.
So then respond to the argument that I gave. Okay, just saying that you disagree with the part of the Constitution that he infringed on doesn't mean that you should support his infringement, because it's not just merely him infringing on that part of the Constitution, but also like Article 2 with the Supremacy Clause by attempting to succumb the power of the Senate and House of Representatives to himself from the executive branch, playing a dictator to not surmount the 14th Amendment, but surmount the totality of the Constitution, including the particular parts of the Constitution in which would limit his ability to only operate in accordance with it, like Article 2. Okay, it's not just him, right, infringing on the 14th Amendment, but ignoring and dishonoring Article 2.
Sure, like which part of Article 2 again?
I told you already, the Supremacy Clause.
Yeah, so I mean, are you just restating what you said before, like how like that was a violation?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. Like I said, I think I'd concede to the fact that it was an unconstitutional act. However, it just the question is whether it's right or wrong to do something like that, and I believe that it would be right to do something like that.
I see now that you're simply not going to respond to my counter argument. You've already told me this. We're going in circles. The reason why you think it was right is because you disagree with the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship. Then I told you, even though you disagree with the amendment, you still shouldn't think it was right for him to infringe on it because it wasn't merely an infringement of the 14th Amendment, but was a circumnavigation of the Constitution as a whole, including Article 2 of the Supremacy Clause that details that all withholdings through federal executive orders granted and signed into law by the president must be in accordance with the Constitution, signaling a tenet of fascism and a consolidation of power away from nearly 500 men and women in Congress to himself. not to mention the practical issues with the subject, that being that because it was unconstitutional and illegal, it could be struck down by courts, thereby being ineffective in achieving your end goal of taking birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants. And the only practically effective way of achieving that end goal would be through a reinterpretation by SCOTUS or through a new amendment passed by Congress, not by an illegal executive order signed into law by the president.
I'm going to be an interpretation, but I mean, like I said, I already conceded. I think that even though I don't agree with it, I don't think Donald Trump should have passed an executive order regarding that.
Okay, so
we have a legal process. We have
So then the first thing that you said when you popped up in the stream is that Donald Trump is not a threat to the Constitution. You're obviously now conceding that he is, right?
No, I'm still not conceding.
What
to
does
that
it mean
fact.
to be a threat to the Constitution?
To harm it. I don't.
What does it mean to harm it?
To put it in a worse state than it was before. I think that would be putting it in a better state.
Worse state than it was before. So
correct. Yeah, that's like what definition of what harm is.
Okay, so to put it in a worse state than it was before. So do you think that the Constitution is in a worse state than it was before because the president is dishonoring the second article?
Do I think? Well, I mean, that's like what? That's wording bias, but I mean, I would say no.
Okay, so you also disagree with the supremacy clause of the Constitution. Because that's what you're forced into conceding. Because you have to say that it wasn't harm against the 14th Amendment since you disagree with the 14th Amendment. But you're forgetting that it's also an infringement upon the second article.
So you're saying that it would be
so therefore, in order for you to argue that it's not an infringement on the supremacy clause, you necessarily have to hold to the position that you disagree with the supremacy clause.
I don't disagree with the supremacy clause.
So then you think that Donald Trump was harming it by infringing on it?
So is he putting it in a worse state than it was before, Dean? Do you agree with birthright citizenship?
Wait, I thought that we're talking about the supremacy clause. Why are you pivoting? Because it wasn't just an infringement upon the 14th Amendment, but also the supremacy clause of the second article. So in the same way that you have to argue you didn't harm the Constitution by infringing on the 14th Amendment because you disagreed with the 14th Amendment, I also have to argue that he wasn't harming the Constitution by infringing on the supremacy clause of the second article because you disagree with the supremacy clause of the second article. But if you think you could hold to the position that he wasn't harming, the second article and the supremacy clause, even though you agree with it, even though he infringed on it, then your argument, insofar as why he didn't harm the Constitution relative to his infringement on the 14th Amendment, would not rest on you disagreeing with the 14th Amendment. However, you have rested it on that fact the whole time you've been up here.
I don't know what the fuck you just said.
Okay, reduction easy. Okay, guests argue Trump no harm 14th Amendment when he violates it because guests disagree with 14th Amendment. However, Trump also violates second article. Guests don't think he harmed second article by violating it. According to guest logic, this implies that guests disagree with second article.
I would say his violation, like I said, I already conceded to the fact that it would probably be a violation. However, I don't think harm was done upon it. I think that it was bettered in that aspect. However, it was an illegal betterment of it. So the reason I say that it would be a betterment of it is because I think I disagree with birthright citizenship. So
the argument is about the second article. Do you also disagree with the second article?
The fact that it's like the supreme law of the land?
Yes.
No, I do not agree. Or I agree that it is.
Okay, so therefore Trump harmed Constitution by infringing on second article, by infringing on 14th Amendment through executive order.
So he harmed it because it's the supreme law of the land.
Yeah, he harmed it.
Can we agree
because he didn't treat it as the supreme law of the land because he thought he possessed more power than it by signing an executive order into law that contradicted it.
Oh, and it got its feelings hurt, didn't it? So I mean, we're just gonna. I feel like we're
wait. So now your argument is, oh well, the Constitution can't be harmed because the Constitution doesn't possess a mind because the Constitution isn't a person. It's a legal. It's a legal prescription of rights. So therefore, your argument that a threat to the Constitution would be harming the Constitution falls through considering the fact that you think harm could only be caused to people. You were such a disingenuous fuck.
That was a joke. If you didn't catch that, Dean, that was a joke.
Oh, so instead of legitimately responding to the argument provided, you made a joke. I mean, it just seems like you're scared.
You said he's treating it like it just sounds like this is like a relationship, and Donald took him out, gave him some roses and flowers, and they're all upset now. Whatever, but it almost sounds to me like what was that Sydney Sweeney and Glenn Powell movie? Something like that, right? But
so do you have a legitimate argument or not? And by
I do.
And by the way, right, when Donald Trump wants a woman, you know, he doesn't take them out first, okay? He just rapes them in changing rooms like he did E. Jean Carroll. But I would really appreciate it if you could respond to the argument in which I gave you. I would really appreciate it if you could respond to the argument in which I gave you.
Now you just made an absurd claim. Hold on. Do you know what day she was raped?
No.
Do you know what month she was raped?
Nope.
Do you know what year she was raped?
Yes.
You know what? No, you don't.
I do.
They believe there's a 2-year gap.
No, there's not. No, there's not.
No, there isn't. All right. Well, what year? What year did it occur, Dean?
Late 2020. Wait, 2025. Late 1995 to early 1996.
So you don't know what.
Yeah, that's
so
a year.
You just conceded to my point. You don't know what you said. Late 1995 to early 1966.
Yeah, that's a year.
Or wait,
1996. That's a year, my friend.
So you don't know. You just said you know that 1995 and 96 are different years, right?
Oh my God! But late 1995, okay, right, to early 1996 is a year. In the same way, the 11th hour and the 12th hour of a day are different hours, okay? But 11:30 to 12:30 is an hour.
What about the Adult Survivors Act?
Hold on, that is absolutely ridiculous. I asked what year. I asked what year. That's like me saying, like, you know, oh, it's like the 30th and my birthday's on the 31st. Yeah, I'm 18, close enough. So that's you don't know what year it occurred.
Yes,
so you're just conceding to my point.
No. I was able to identify.
If you got
Listen,
raped
no. Don't just like
know.
repeat yourself, okay? Since I've proven you wrong, I identified a year. I identified a year that she was raped. No, I didn't. I defined a year. Define year.
Define year.
Do it. Define year. This will prove you wrong. Define year.
I mean, it would be like a measurement upon our like planetary movements.
A year can be defined by 365 days, right?
Correct. And I mean, if you want to go
okay. Late 1995
really
to early
define
1996 would exist within a container of 365 days, thereby being a year. And a day, by the way, would be one full revolution, right, along the x-axis.
Correct. So I asked you
upon the x-axis, upon the y-axis of the Earth.
Yeah. So I asked you. The question was phrased, "What year was she raped?" So therefore, I asked
identified a year.
Upon which revolution AD did that rape occur? You said on the 1995 or 95th revolution, or the 1900.
Listen, let's just see if we could get past this bullshit. Can you agree that late 1995 through early 1996 is within a year?
Yeah,
that's a year.
Concede to my point. Perfect.
I'm not conceding to your point. I'm disputing your point. Your family's yelling at you because you're getting too angry because you're getting cooked.
That is not me now. I live alone.
Oh, wait. I have a question. So how long are you in 5th grade for?
Oh, I don't know.
How long?
No, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna remember that. That was
like I'm gonna pull a E. Jean Carroll. I don't even know what year I was in 5th grade.
How long were you in 5th grade?
I would say probably about like 8 months.
Oh, okay. So you were in 5th grade for like a year or less than a year? Well, guess what? Apparently not according to your logic, because I was in 5th grade from, let's see here, 2015 through 2016. Or like 2014 through 2016, something like that. So in other words, right, because in accordance with your logic, I was in 5th grade from 2014 through 2015 or something similar. I was in 5th grade for 2 years. No. Okay?
So
because the container of the year that I was in 5th grade overlapped 2. So when you ask me to identify
for 8 months.
a year, right, that she was raped in, that year would be late 1995 to early 1996. Think about it. Don't interrupt me. Just listen. Don't interrupt me. Just listen to my explanation here because it's really easy. We already agreed that a year could be defined by 365 days. So when you ask me to identify a year that E. Jean Carroll was raped, you're asking me to identify a container of 365 days that E. Jean Carroll was raped. Okay? Late 1995 to early 1996 would exist inside of a container of 365 days. And your counter argument against this is to equivocate between the word year and the phrase calendar year. But those are two succinct and different things. A year is not it's not identical to a calendar year. That's not true, because a year is defined by 365 days and a calendar year is defined as January 1st through December 31st. So you did not ask me the question, Dean, what calendar year was E. Jean Carroll graped in? You said, Dean, can you identify a year that E. Jean Carroll was graped in? And yes, I can identify the/a year that E. Jean Carroll was graped in by identifying a container of equal to or less than 365 days, which is something that I was able to do. So do not equivocate between the word year and the phrase calendar year.
Yeah, the crash out is crazy. Anyways, I asked you the year.
Wait, how was I crashing out?
Because you're like, don't interrupt me. There is a difference between a year and a calendar year.
Wait. So you're saying that I was crashing out by raising my voice slightly?
Now you're like an angel.
Wait, I'm just asking for an answer to my question. Are you saying that I was crashing out by raising my voice slightly?
No, you weren't.
Oh. Okay, so I wasn't crashing out. So you concede. So you concede that that was just bullshit to attempt to deflect away from the position provided to just demonstrate why you're wrong. Okay? Right? The demonstration why you're wrong is like really easy, and the 5 words or less, the reason why you're wrong is because you're equivocating between the phrase calendar year and the word year.
Nope, I don't concede to that. I only
This isn't getting us anywhere, bro.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Wait, why specifically do you not concede to that? No, I don't want to know the point. Why specifically do you not concede to the fact that you are equivocating between the phrase calendar year and the word year?
Because my question was phrased, do you know the year? The year. The referring to the, like, in numerical terms.
Okay. Yeah, this is really easy to debunk. This is like incredibly easy to debunk. Because earlier
Dean, he has a point.
Because earlier he doesn't have a point. You don't have a point.
1990.
This is really easy to debunk because you earlier agreed that the definition of the word year is 365 days. So you're asking me, can I identify the 365 days? Yes, you did. I asked you if we could agree that the definition of year is 365 days, and you said yes. We'll just do it again now. We'll do it again now on the spot. Can we agree that the definition of the word year is 365 days? Come back to the live. Don't run away.
Dean, he was talking about the number, like year, like
exactly. You're just affirming that what I said is true. You're saying he was talking about the calendar year.
Tell me the date again.
You are literally affirming that what I said is true. You said, Dean, he was talking about the calendar year. Okay, that's just an equivocation between the word year and the phrase calendar year, which was my argument. Just concede that you were equivocating the two. It's fine. Okay.
Tell me the date.
But he specifically said, no, Dean, I am not equivocating. So back to you, Mr. Conservative Debater guy. Can we agree that the definition of the word year is 365 days?
Tell me the date.
My microphone was like being weird. It wasn't letting me did a full mute on me, so I couldn't unmute.
Answer the question.
Say the date.
The question. So, like I said, you keep muting me. You keep cutting me off. You're not going to be productive like that.
Oh my God. Why?
Show me you're losing without telling me you're losing, right?
Pope and Cray. Can we agree that the definition of the word year is 365 days?
I mean, that could be a definition of it. There are different definitions.
Okay, but can we agree on a definition?
Yeah, so I would say that when I refer to a year, I say, yeah, it is 365 days. But when I refer to the year, I'm referring to the numerical quantity of planetary revolutions around the sun that the Earth has experienced AD.
Wait, I have a question.
So
was there one revolution of the Earth around the sun between late 1995 and early 1996.
I don't know. Did Donald Trump rape her into the new year? Is this what you're like trying to say?
I don't. That's a really weird equivocation. I'm not saying that he raped her on New Year's Eve. I'm saying that there's a revolution around the sun from late 1995 to early 1996. Dude,
correct.
Just concede that you were equivocating between
I can't concede when
calendar year. Like that's all. Like that's all you need to do. Because I will happily tell you, that I wouldn't be able to identify one calendar year she was raped in, because it's either one of the two, 1995 or 1996. However, I could identify a year she was raped in, which would be late 1995 to early 1996. Like I don't understand why you're unwilling to concede on this.
You just said grape. Do we need to say graped, or can we?
I gotta put a G in front of it. And then to the second guess, just because you say I lost doesn't mean I did. I literally just explained the equivocation between the phrase calendar year and the word year. It's very simple. A year is defined by one revolution around the sun. A year is defined by 365 days. A year could exist in a container of January 1st through December 31st. Or a year could exist between August 32nd of 2025 and August 32nd of 2026. You guys are making it a simple equivocation between a year and a calendar year, which is like an easy equivocation to make. I'm not even like saying that this is like super like blameful to yourselves. This is an equivocation individuals make quite often. So I'm just going to hit on both bases here so we can hopefully progress the conversation. The year that she was raped in was late 1995 to early 1996. The calendar year that she was raped in was either 1995 to 1996.
Dude, you keep muting me. We can't concede on this fact because you're saying something that's not true, right? I know you're getting anxiety from this. Take a deep breath. Come back into it. Listen, when I said
what a weird fucking cope. You know that I'm right, so then you just like start throwing ad hominems. Do you know what an ad hom is? Don't worry, I'll define it for you. An ad hom is when you attack somebody's character to attempt to invalidate their argument. You cannot invalidate my argument with good reason, so you engage in ad hominem attacks to attempt to invalidate my argument by attacking my character by saying I'm experiencing anxiety. Like oh my god, reducing yourself down right to logical fallacies 101. It's cute. It's cute.
Oh my gosh.
But this is like an incredibly asinine point. I've tried to clarify here. What you're doing is you're equivocating between the word year and the phrase calendar year. It's a very easy equivocation to make. In fact, we all make this equivocation on a day-by-day basis. But you know, being like super like analytical about things, the year that she was raped in would be a container of 365 days, contained between late 1995 and early 1996. However, if you want to rephrase your question, be more specific, right, to your equivocation, you would rephrase the question to Dean, what calendar year was she raped in? She was either raped in the calendar year of 1995 or the calendar year of 1996. I hope I've clarified. And I hope no more ad hominem attacks are going to be seen from you in response to this. Being on the bone, brass tacks, you equivocated between calendar year and year. I don't really care, really small asinine point, but hopefully I've clarified on answering your question, regardless of what question you're meaning to ask me, as I've now answered both.
Yeah, wait. To the ad hominem. That was all me. I'm sorry, Dean. I kiss your feet. You know, let me send you a rose.
Quiet, Piggy. Just answer the question.
What?
Wait, the better question would be, what date was she raped?
We don't know the date.
What date? He hasn't made a point. Listen, I'm gonna say it again, and you're gonna respond to this. My question was phrased, what was the year she was raped? You don't say late 1995 to early 1996. The year refers to the quantity of planetary revolutions that occurred, AD. Upon which revolution, which takes 365 days, did it occur? Do you know or do you not know?
If you're indexing the word year to calendar year, yes, we do know it'd either be late 1995 or early 1996. So one of those two calendar years.
One of the two. So you don't know which one.
Yeah, we don't know which one.
You can see to my point. I appreciate it. So yeah, and
wait, this isn't a concession, because a concession would imply that I argued otherwise, which I have not argued otherwise. In fact, I've just confirmed and reaffirmed the same statement for the last 10 minutes. It was either late 1995 or early 1996. That's not a concession, considering the fact that that's what I've been telling you for the last 15 minutes. Fucking idiot.
I feel like we've gotten so focused and hung up on this. We're just going to have to agree to disagree for like the sake of the conversation.
What are we agreeing to disagree on?
Well, I mean, we cannot concede to my fact that she does not know what year the rape occurred.
Wait. Define concession.
Concession, it would be like you essentially admitting that you're wrong.
Exactly. Admitting I'm wrong about a premise that I've suggested otherwise, correct?
Correct. Well, listen, your premise has. I said that we both.
I've never suggested the premise that we know what calendar year she was raped in, because in accordance with her own testimony, she was either raped in the calendar year of 1995 or 1996. You are now once again re-engaging in the same equivocation that you have been for the last 30 fucking minutes, dude. When I told you that I know the year she was raped in, I was defining year as a container of 365 days, which would be late 1995 to early 1996. This statement, we know the year indexed to 365 days via late 1995 to early 1996, but we don't know the calendar year she was raped in, indexed to the fact that those are two separate calendar years, 1995 or 1996, are two statements that do not contradict one another and in fact work in tandem with one another. So the reason that there's no concession that is true of my position is because those two statements do not falsify one another.
But she doesn't know what they
Okay, so I mean, look,
she doesn't know what
the point is, hold on, TikToker, give me a second. So I keep getting cut off. Are we okay with not cutting me off? Is that going to be something?
Yeah, but hopefully I've like just clarified about why you're wrong. Like hopefully at this point, right?
Look, you never look. I asked. I have to keep defining this because you won't address it. And when I ask the year, does that not refer to the planetary revolution in quantities that occurred AD?
Do you just mean to say the calendar year?
I don't know. I'm not quite sure what that. I don't understand what you mean by the difference between calendar year and like a year.
A calendar year is like 1995. A calendar year is 1996. A calendar year is 1997. So are you just talking about calendar years?
Right now, when I say
you don't even know the question that you're fucking asking me, dude. This is embarrassing.
I didn't ask. When I ask, do you know the year? That insinuates the year. Like that would be like 1995 would be an appropriate response. 1996 would be an appropriate response.
So you're insinuating
1995 and 1996.
So you're basically saying when I ask you the year, I'm talking about calendar years. Okay. Once again, if you're asking me about calendar years, we don't know the specific calendar year, but rather we know either it was in the late months of one calendar year or the earlier months of another calendar year. Like what's confusing about this? How am I confusing you? This is like what's going on? Why are you so confused by this?
Wait, did you say the late months of the year and the early months of the year? But that wouldn't be 365 days.
The late months, I said calendar year. Oh my God, I said calendar year. A calendar year would be January 1st through December 31st of any given calendar year. You know what? Because you guys are very obviously, right, failing to understand what a calendar year is, I will give you some examples. A calendar year would be 2025.
I didn't say calendar year.
A calendar year would be 1965. A calendar year would be, 821. A calendar year would be 1995. This has to be rage bait. I'm going to clarify this for you guys one last time, and let's see if any discrepancies still exist. I'm going to need y'all to listen very closely. If we're defining the word year as a container of 365 days, she was raped in the year of late 1995 to early 1996. Shut up before and let me finish speaking. If we are rather indexing the word year to calendar years, then she was raped in one of two calendar years, that being 1995 or 1996. Is there absolutely any confusion? Any confusion whatsoever that maintains?
I think the confusion's on your part. So are you going to allow me to speak this time, or am I going to get cut off?
Bro, you're just gonna say the same. Bro, look, Dean, what we mean is the date.
What am I confused about?
We mean the date. We mean the.
What am I confused about?
A lot of the times they don't have the date, but you'd expect them to have the year.
Wait, 1 second. What am I confused about?
Let me talk.
No, be very specific. What am I confused about?
My question was phrased the year. Like I said, so an appropriate response to my question would have been, I don't know the year, but she was raped anywhere between late 1995 to early 1996. That would have been an appropriate response. When I say the year, when you say the year, you cannot say nuts. You can't give me two quantities.
That would be an appropriate response. That would be an appropriate response, indexing the word year to calendar year. That's what I just clarified.
Oh my gosh. But we're gonna have to agree to disagree here. Right? We're not. This isn't being productive anymore.
You're
It's just
such a
us-
fucking
We're not
tool.
getting anywhere.
Wait. So you just said that you disagree with
Oh,
the notion
thanks.
that an appropriate response to the question, what calendar year was she raped in, would either be 1995 or 1996. So then you're just confused on the facts of the court case.
I told you very clearly that you don't know the year. You took a guess between two. You said either 1995 or 1996.
Oh, yeah.
So you don't know
It's
the
either
year.
one of the two.
It's one of the, which you don't know, Dean.
Yeah, we don't know what one of the two it was, but
You
it's
don't-
one of
so
the two.
you don't know. So you're conceding to my point. You don't know the year.
It's not a concession because this is what I've been telling you since the beginning. We don't know what calendar year it was. It was either 1995 or 1996. That's a fact.
Thank you.
What are you thanking me for?
For conceding to my point.
It's not a concession because this is what I've repeated since the beginning of the original conversation.
Sure. So let's.
Wait,
you know,
can you
let's-
acknowledge that? Can you acknowledge that since this conversation started, that's what I've been repeating a billion times over and over and over again?
Look, I think right now the only thing we
Honestly,
can say.
no. Here's your last opportunity. Either acknowledge that or get kicked.
If I need to, go down fighting for what I'm fighting for, it's fine. But I'm saying that for the sake of the conversation.
For the sake of the conversation.
Because I want to talk to you, Dean. I think you have a lot of good points to talk.
For the sake of the conversation, you could. Okay,
Yes, Dean.
you were bad faith. You were like legitimately a rage
Is this
baiter.
bad faith?
I don't even. I think that he was like legitimately rage baiting. Like that had to just be rage bait. Like what the fuck? Oh my god. Hey Santana, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, I came up to talk calendars. What the fuck are we doing?
Yeah, I'm teaching Trump supporters what a year is. That's what we're doing.
Yeah. That was so bad faith.
No, man.
Like I would think he would understand the elementary school analogy.
No. See, I mean, I used to do that too. So like people that have like a natural proclivity to be like good at debating, right, will like particularly do that when they're losing the debate. They'll just be like intentionally like obtuse and like incredibly dense because they don't want the conversation to further. I used to do that all the time. Like when I was like 17, like running the TikTok debates at like 2 a.m. from my bedroom, if I'd like start debating somebody on a point where like honestly like I could recognize that their argument was better than mine, I would pull that same fucking shit against them. So that's what you do when you first start getting into the debates, and you're not necessarily in it for good faith reasons. I when I was like fucking 16, 17, I do that same fucking shit. What's up?
Hey, Daddy, did I love you?
That's a fetus.
Thought it was Brock.
No, it's not Brock.
Brock.
What are you back? Why are you
maybe I
back?
can talk to Santana because I want to talk to Santana about this. I think
yours?
Santana might.
Bro, please don't come up here talking about a calendar year. I agree with Dean. Keep it moving. Please.
Let's further talk about this.
No, I refuse. Please.
You don't want to
respect
talk
my
about
boundaries.
E. Jean Carroll, the woman who, was allegedly
If
raped
that's what you want to do, but I'm not gonna play the
She wasn't.
calendar
She
year.
wasn't alleged. She wasn't alleged. Wait. You don't even need to use the word allegedly because that's what a court proved.
So I mean, he was found. What was the specific phrasing?
Yeah, he was found liable for rape.
Yeah. So there's a very distinct difference between liable and guilty. Correct?
No.
There is. Correct.
Not in the way that I
There
use
is.
them. The way that I use the term guilty, it just means they were proven to have done it.
Okay. So, anyways, let's further talk about this. Like, do you know?
Are you going to debate the
that
definition of the word guilty for the next 30 minutes?
that would be funny, but I mean, I just didn't find it funny. Anyways, so let's further talk about this. So, E. Jean Carroll actually once told Anderson Cooper, what? Do you know what he told or what she told Anderson Cooper?
Oh, what did she tell Anderson Cooper?
She said that grape is sexy and a fantasy.
Of hers? Of hers? Like she thinks grape is sexy?
Yeah, she said that. And
how much money do you want to bet?
So much that he threw her out and cut her off.
How much money do you want to bet?
I'm broke. I mean, maybe like the 635 I was gifted.
You want to bet?
Perfect.
Perfect. You want to bet that much money?
Put it all on the line.
Want to put it all on the line?
No. Maybe euros. Oh, maybe euros. Let me get a rose.
No. Put some money on that. How much money do you want to put on that?
I'm broke.
So you don't have any money to put on that whatsoever?
I have no money. I have $4 in my Chase account.
Want to bet $4?
No.
Also, if you're confident in what you're saying, then it's not really a gamble, right?
Yeah, it's not a gamble at all.
You're gonna take my money.
I am. So then you're just acknowledging, right, that I'm going to take your money if we were to bet because you know that you're wrong. You know that E. Jean Carroll did not go on Anderson Cooper's show and say that she thinks grape is sexy. You know that she went on Anderson Cooper's show and said that many people think that grape is sexy, right? Framed in this conversation where she's describing that grape is not sexy, grape is not romantic, grape is fucking violent. I don't even know why you try to misrepresent a victim of grape like that. You're honestly a big piece of shit.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I was muted, I guess, by your mods. But essentially, I mean, is that something that an individual would say? An individual who's the victim, would a victim say that?
Yes.
A victim would go on and say that, oh, like, you know.
Yeah, a victim would say that grape is not sexy, grape is violent. Yes.
Mm-hmm. I should not say that. Can we get like a specific quote coming up?
Oh my fucking shit. All right. Yeah, for sure.
I think the broader point was pointing to media portrayals and such. However,
she just said that a lot of people think that grape is sexy. Yeah, that is what she said because it's true. A lot of people do think grape is sexy, and it's not.
Excuse me? What?
Also,
did you not know that?
Watched it? Yeah.
Do you not know that a lot of people like romanticize grape?
Absolutely not. No.
Yes. A lot of people romanticize grape. It is fucked because it's not sexy. It's not romantic. Okay, it is violent.
So why do they fantasize about such a violent action?
It's not just about sex. It's also about power.
That would be sick. Well, I would never fantasize about that happening to you, me. That's sick.
Right. Exactly. That is sick. Precisely.
Do you fantasize about that?
No, I don't fantasize about rape. What the fuck are you saying?
Why the fuck would you go on a show and say that? That is absolutely
She
ridiculous.
never said that she fantasizes about it.
She said majority of people believe.
She didn't say that.
That grape is sexy.
Okay, there you go. You've already disputed your own point. She said that a lot of people believe that grape is sexy. All right, and that grape is not sexy. Grape is violent.
So yeah, but I mean, by her saying that, is she not admitting that that is a norm in society? Is that's essentially what she's pointing to? That fucking sick and twisted quote that came out of her mouth. That very much, I would never imagine anyone saying that. Nobody in my life would say that. Absolutely not. So
why is that? Why is that sick and twisted for her to say?
The majority of people. Well, I mean, you don't find it very crazy that someone would go on a show, a victim, right? An alleged victim would go on a show and say that. You know, yeah, most people think of grape as, you know.
Yeah, why is it sick and twisted to say?
Well, it's sick and twisted to say because in that aspect you're normalizing it. That is a normalization of an assault.
Wait.
A spit in the face of actual victims.
What?
Listen, let me talk. It is a spit in the face for actual victims of violence who went through it and people who actually had to endure that pain. She is going on there and she's saying the majority of people,
the ones spitting in the faces of victims would be the people that think grape is sexy, not the people that call out the people that think grape is sexy. When I say, like, I'll just give you a quick example. When I say that, like, majority of Trump supporters, right, think that, like, sexual violence is permissible, which, by the way, is something that is completely true. You guys permit the fuck out of Donald Trump's sexual violence. He boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls, and you still think he should have the most powerful and high-ranking position of power available to any human on earth. When I say that majority of Trump supporters think that sexual violence is permissible, am I spitting in the faces of victims of sexual violence? No! I'm calling out the people that are spitting in the faces of victims of sexual violence. Okay, and also just one other point to steelman your argument here. Even if E. Jean Carroll went on that show and she said, I spit in the faces of victims of sexual violence, that would not justify the sexual violence that was perpetuated against her, and that would not justify making her rapist president, nor would it falsify the fact that he raped her. In fact, I have talked to many victims of sexual violence that have come up onto this stream arguing that they don't care he sexually exploited women and girls. There's a handful of conversations that I have in mind that were fucking crazy. I very specifically remember this one woman I spoke to 3 months ago coming up here, sharing her experiences, saying that she's a victim, and then she used that fact to turn around and invalidate the victims and the survivors from Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. Was that sick of her? Abso-fucking-lutely. Does that mean that she deserved to be a victim herself? Absolutely fucking not, because no one, not even my worst enemy, deserves to be raped.
You would agree that like 18 and 19 would be like teens, right?
Yes.
So what are you bringing up regarding Miss Teen USA? What was the age range?
The age range of the competitors were 14 through 21.
So is 21 a fucking teen, Dean?
No, but they still have the ability to compete at Miss Teen USA. I don't know, ask them.
Miss Teen USA, they're competing on Miss Teen USA at 21 years old.
It was either 14
What the fuck
to 21
am I going to go on like
19.
Master Chef Junior as a fucking 18-year-old? Come on.
It was either 14 to 21 or 14 to 19. What's the point?
Okay, now you're revising your argument. I actually saw like a clip before of you saying 15 to 25. I'm very glad that you might have thought it out a little bit more. Maybe next time you'll think about it a little more.
Can I just ask you what the point is?
Conservative.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we're getting somewhere now.
Wait.
You said
Wait. So instead of like addressing the fact that Donald Trump sexually exploited these people, you instead want to address the fact that maybe Dean was wrong with a specific age range of individuals that competed at Miss Teen USA. Like you understand that he did this at both. Like he did this to women and girls. Regardless if this was the women at Miss USA and the girls at Miss Teen USA, or the women at Miss USA and the women and girls at Miss Teen USA, he was still sexually exploiting women and girls. Like, how about before we address, right, Dean's lack of understanding of the specific age range of competitors at Miss Teen USA, we could first address the fact that Donald Trump sexually exploited them, right? Is that fair?
That he sexually exploited individuals?
Yeah.
Like his like models, for example, like in Teen USA?
I believe that he sexually exploited the women at Miss USA and the teens at Miss Teen USA, yes.
No, I wouldn't concede to that.
Okay, would you support him if he did?
No, probably not.
So you'd stop supporting Trump right now if I could prove at the bare minimum that he sexually exploited the women at Miss USA?
At the bare minimum, he did? What do you mean bare minimum? Like just...
Because I believe that he sexually exploited more than just the women at Miss USA, right? But I'm saying if I could prove at the bare minimum that he sexually exploited the women at Miss USA, would you stop supporting him?
Yeah, I would say yeah.
China. And
well, you could also say as the owner of the pageant,
that we don't
it's your
have
obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you, the funniest is that I'll go backstage
can you rewind? I'm
before
sorry,
a show,
I was like talking.
and everyone's getting dragged before a show.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you, the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show, and everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
you're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Yeah, so this absolutely proves, at the minimum, that he said, I believe it's women and girls. We could get to that later. I just think that you're going to be like a piece of shit about it, so that's why we're going to first start with women. I believe at the minimum, this proves that he sexually exploited the women at Miss USA because he boasted about how he would, abuse his position of power as the owner of this beauty pageant to then unconsensually barge into their dressing rooms to look at their naked bodies when they had no clothes on, in furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct. Unconsensual sexual conduct.
Where in that quote does that insinuate that?
Looking at them while they're naked.
Where in the quote does it insinuate that, Dean?
Yeah, it insinuates that by him saying that he'd abuse his position of power as the owner of the pageant to allow himself to walk into their dressing rooms where there was then women with no clothes on changing that he looked at and thought they looked great.
They're his models. You understand that, right? Like he is the owner of the pageant and he is admiring his models.
Okay, so I mean, I don't know if anyone's ever told you this before, but men don't own the bodies of women. Sure, he was a pageant owner, so he owned the pageant, he owned the building, but he didn't own their bodies. You sick piece of shit.
Yeah, no, he did not own their bodies, right? But however, I mean, is that like I don't know, like, I actually don't even know what Miss Teen USA is. Is that like the,
Why are you asking me what Miss Teen USA is instead of responding to the fact that Donald Trump just admitted to sexual exploitation? He admitted to barging into their dressing rooms and looking at them while they're naked. And then your response is, oh, he fucking owns them. You're fucking sadistic. Okay, then you also said they're his models. Okay, no. See, the thing is they were pageant contestants, okay, that signed up to show up on stage, right, in the public view of the pageant in front of the judges and the cameras with clothes on, then to have their appearance judged. But see, the thing is, in order to get those clothes on, to have their appearance judged on stage, they have a private women's only space where they take their other clothes off, they get dressed, they get changed, they get ready. Okay, and inside of that space, there's a contract that only women are allowed. That should be fucking obvious to you. And if it's not obvious to you, then take Donald Trump for his word, because he's the one that said there's no men around. And he's the one that said he had to use his special leverage as the owner of the pageant to allow himself in. And he's the one that acknowledged that this was wrong, as he said at the end of the clip that he allowed himself to go in and that he quote unquote got away with it. Okay? And then he looked at them while they're naked. That's unconsensual sexual conduct. That one should be obvious too, but apparently you're just dumb as shit, so you don't get it. You have to have the consent of somebody under typical circumstances to look at their naked body. And the reason why I specifically use the word typical is because there's atypical exigent circumstances, like you having a heart attack and then being rushed to the hospital and an ambulance, and then EMS has to rip off your shirt to give you chest compressions, where they don't necessarily need your explicit consent because there's implied consent there. That's medicine. But obviously, Donald Trump wasn't saving their lives or performing CPR. He was just looking at their naked bodies. That's unconsensual. So what's your counter argument?
Naked.
Yeah, he did.
Good.
You said that they had no clothes on. When you have no clothes on, you're naked.
Let's see.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything is
doctor,
good.
you're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no. And I want to make sure that everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no.
Tremendous. He didn't say no clothes. He said dresses. Is everyone okay? He went tremendous, huge. Absolutely.
He said, "Is everyone okay?" You know, they're standing there with no clothes. You just listened to it 5 times. Here's the 6th.
And I want to make sure that everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women.
I mean, I think that it may imply like. I'm trying to like think the actual like context of like Miss Teen USA. They are models, right? So like, I mean, they are meant to be admired, correct?
They are meant to be admired with their consent, correct?
With their consent, correct. So I mean, when they consented to becoming models, are they not? Is there not any like implied consent to that aspect?
No,
what the fuck?
absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
No.
I've actually done.
I feel like that's out of there's like some more.
That's not true. Hey, conservative. FYI. So something I've never talked about. I've actually done like a couple of modeling gigs right in my younger days. I did a runway. Yeah. Anyway, the backstage area was very much private, and there was never explicit consent for anyone to come and peep ahead of time with anyone that was actually modeling anything. And also in college, I put on a couple of different pageants because of my fraternity. And I not only was the president of my chapter overseeing the entire pageant and one of the judges, I never had explicit access to the women that were participating in the pageant. You sitting here trying to objectify these women and somehow justify Donald Trump's, using them as objects, like you've already spoken to them and saying that they were his models. Like it doesn't work that way. Like you're really just trying to cape for someone who is overwhelmingly harmful to women, and it's weird that you keep trying to do this.
Yeah, it is. And like, I filmed in a documentary last year. It'll come out in 2026. Can't wait. Was I meant to be viewed by the camera?
We're in your documentary?
Yeah.
Were you meant to be viewed in it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does that give implicit consent to the cameraman to unconsensually follow me into the male's restroom and put the camera over the top of the stall to take a picture of my penis?
Absolutely not. Can you find the photos that Donald Trump took?
There you fucking go.
Oh yeah, there I fucking go. But I mean, This is very different. I mean, I could literally.
The difference is in one scenario, they're taking a picture of it, and in the other scenario, they're not taking a picture of it. But in both scenarios, it's sexual exploitation, because in both scenarios, there's the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct.
Are you going on there? Like, are you going on to like the documentary? So, what is this documentary?
5 fucking brain cells.
Yeah, ad hominem again.
You're giving them way too much credit, Dean.
3 brain cells, maybe. You know,
for the sake of the argument, I'll just say like 2 brain cells. But I mean, you're still not disproving me, right? Like, it's just ad hominem. You're not making a good point.
Wait, I absolutely did just disprove you. You attempted to posit that because they're meant to be viewed on stage by the judges, that this gives implied consent to Trump. Talk? You're actually cutting me off. That this would give implied consent to Trump to follow them back into the changing rooms. No, I didn't. I talked once.
You're responding to yourself.
I'm not responding to myself. I talked once.
Oh, you are.
I made a statement. Now I'm talking again. I said that no, being meant to viewed by a camera, on stage by judges, so on and so forth, filming in a documentary, or being at a beauty pageant, does not give consent to the owner to then follow you backstage to look at your naked body. Santana gave you an example about this when he ran a pageant in his fraternity in college. And I gave you an example of this insofar as what my experience was filming a documentary last year. There's not implied consent for a man to go into a private woman's space. In fact, it's the opposite. There's implied consent that men can't go into the private women's only space. Can we agree on that? That when we're looking at private women's only space, right, there is an implied understanding that men can't go in?
Yeah, I would agree. Like, for example, like women's bathrooms and such. No.
So in other words, Donald Trump didn't have implied consent that he could go in. There's actually an implied understanding that he couldn't go in because he was a man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure like Miss Teen USA is like a pretty big thing. And I don't know what you're talking about with, I didn't understand Santana's example of his little fraternity pageant show. I mean, I don't know, maybe Santana threw some angel wings on and went out in some Victoria's Secret and stuff, you know.
Stick on topic. This is just boring. Come on. Like, come on. You're fucking stalling because you're a POS. You can't acknowledge that Donald Trump sexually exploited. It's only an ad hominem if I use it to dispute your argument. I'm not using it to dispute your argument. I'm just using it because and calling you it because it's true, then disputing your argument with facts, reason, and logic. It's not that hard. It's very simple. Donald Trump sexually exploited them because he abused his position of power as the owner of the pageant to unconsensually look at them while they're naked.
Yeah, I mean, facts, reason, logic, and ad hominem. You forgot to throw that in, but
it's not an ad hominem. It's not.
Well, you
now
said,
respond to that. Can we agree?
Piece of shit.
Can we agree that it's easy? Donald Trump exploited them because he abused his position of power to unconsensually look at their naked bodies. True or false?
False.
Why?
Yeah, perfect. Am I going to be able to talk this time? Are you going to cut me off? Like, what's going to happen?
Yeah, we're going to let you dig your own grave.
We're going to let you dig your own grave.
Dig my own grave?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Yeah, well, I mean, just to, like, hop into my grave a little bit. Like, maybe I'll...
Holy shit, just answer the question.
I'll shut my own casket. So, let's talk about this. So, Trump was the owner and organizer of the pageants. So, naturally, being the owner and the organizer, you tend to interact with your contestants in public and backstage settings. So that being said, what has happened is they've taken these clips out of context and they've used these for political purposes, essentially, to exaggerate these stories, to attack his character, not his policies, not his actual.
So you think? If we give it context, it'll make it better?
If we give it context, it'll make it better. Well, the context is he's the owner and organizer.
Wait. No. Because you said that I took this clip out of context. If I give this clip context, do you think it'll make it better?
Sure.
Let's listen to the context.
I'm judge.
You own this pageant. You go over, you're meeting the girls and stuff. One of them comes up to you and says, "Mr. Trump, you're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man." Right? You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you. Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
conflict?
Yes.
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with the vagina. And,
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
The context only makes it worse. And your takeaway is to laugh at that. I'm just going to be honest with you, man. You're a real sick, disgusting POS. I think that we did no, pipe down. Put yourself on mute. Do not speak until I'm done speaking. Be a good little boy for me. I think it's time that we stop normalizing the unnormal, making sane out of the insane. Even the way that I address these debates normalizes the insane to an extent. Okay? But I still address them this way because I know how meaningful it is to so many people watching to change minds and help, even to an extent, understand what they've been through themselves. I got a DM earlier today from a lady that said, I helped her understand that she was taken advantage of when she was a child, even though her MAGA family's been telling her otherwise her whole life because of these conversations. But anyways, okay? I'm just going to stop acting like what you're saying is reasonable. I'm going to stop acting like what you're saying is normal. I mean, I haven't really done that, but I guess what I'm trying to get at here is that every single person watching knows you are wrong. Okay? And I'm not just talking about the people on the left. I'm talking about the apolitical people that maybe kind of like Trump, maybe don't, kind of like Kamala Harris, maybe don't, and just don't really spend their life talking about politics. The random people that have scrolled into this live off of their For You page in the last 30 minutes are listening to you respond to this clip and argue that it was justified, and they think that you have fucking lost it. I bet that there's actually an even larger portion of the viewers watching this stream right now that think that you are doing it to rage bait us. Like, what you're saying is so crazy that you couldn't possibly believe it. Therefore, like, you're probably just trying to rage bait Dean, rage bait Santana, and get on her nerves by saying something that is so evidently insane and false. Okay? It is evidently and obviously insane and false to posit that a man ever has consent to unconsensually barge into a private women's only space to then look at the naked women and girls in that space without asking first and getting an explicit agreement from every person there. That should be a universal axiom. That should be something that everyone with a brain can agree to. The only scenario where this would be okay is if Donald Trump had the explicit consent of every single person into that space to walk in. Only scenario. No, he can't just do it because he's the owner. That one should be obvious. If I'm a male business owner and I have female employees and they're using the restroom, I don't have the right to barge in there, open the stall, and look at their female member. I don't. You're arguing I would, though, because what you're saying is that because he was the owner, he could just do whatever he wanted to them. 99% of people listen to that and they think that you're probably a rapist, that you've probably sexually exploited people yourself. And if you haven't yet, you will in the future. So many people will listen to you say that and say, this guy should be on a list. This guy, does he have any women or girls in his life? And what has he possibly done to them? That is what they think because of what you're saying. Okay? Like that's so true. It's just so fucking true. Because you think like a rapist. You think like the perpetuator of sexual violence. Only people that perpetuate sexual violence, or a lot of people that perpetuate sexual violence, think in the same way you're describing right now. Of you could just kind of do whatever you want to women because they're objects, and using some quasi justification such as you're the owner of the business that they're at, you could do whatever you want to them.
You know what, Dean? You said it yourself. It's about not normalizing the normal. When E. Jean Carroll goes on Anderson Cooper's show and says grape is sex,
Linear dialogue.
Just hop in.
You could talk
It
about
is
E.J.
about-
Carroll
it is a-
next.
listen, let me-
You're first going to respond.
You
Of course,
fucked it
Anthony.
up.
I'm going to let you hop in. No, you shut the fuck up and you respond to your defense of Donald Trump's sexual exploitation of the women and girls at Miss USA and Miss Teen USA. Now is not a time to try to pivot away from your insanity
Not at all.
that
I'm
I'm holding
saying,
you accountable
when you
for,
go up
that
there,
I'm
you
calling
try
you
to
out for
normalize-
by talking and condemning another victim of sexual violence. This only makes it worse for you. Oh, I'm going to move away from applauding Donald Trump for taking advantage of naked women and naked little girls to then condemning a rape victim by taking her out of context, superimposing a false claim on her that she thinks rape is sexy. Therefore, I don't care that she was raped, even though that's not what she said. You are invalidating victims, you are invalidating women and girls, and you are only ensuring that more women and girls will be raped. You're only ensuring that more women and girls will be taken advantage of. And you, sir, and people that think like you are the reason why they don't speak up. You, sir, and people that think like you are the reason that, according to RAIN.org, only 2% of rapists are ever fully held legally accountable for what they did. And you, sir, are the reason that if you were to ask your mom, your grandma, your sister, your cousins, your nieces, etc., so on and so forth, that I could guarantee to you that at least one of them would have a story to tell about a man that took advantage of them, very similarly to how Donald Trump took advantage of either his own daughter via the comments he's made about her, the beauty pageant contestants at Miss USA or Teen USA, E. Jean Carroll, so on and so forth. All right. So no, now is not a time when you're going to try to pivot and deflect away from what happened to these women and girls, and you're like not just bad, but harmful and villainous defense of Donald Trump's actions to rather victim blame and shame E. Jean Carroll. But you are going to directly respond and address your defense of sexual perversion, exploitation, and violence.
You just gave me a whole speech. Are you going to allow me to talk back or what?
It depends.
Yeah, it depends on what? It depends on how hard you get cooked. Okay? So it is about not normalizing the unnormal. We do not take women who make these claims, who are damaging men. As men, we need to look out for each other. We need to make sure that the objective truth is what is being upheld in society. We need to ensure the unspoken for, the unborn, all of them, they are protected against society and the immorality of the woke society. It is a cult. That is what has occurred. You guys have taken and you have advocated for objective immorality. That is what it is. When a woman goes on a show and she says that rape is sexy,
cooked him so hard he had to start whining about abortion. Quiet, Piggy.
She
I have
is
a couple
showing that
donuts to
she
thank.
is normalizing
New
the
Blue
unnormal.
Eyes, thank you so much for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for that love. Let's get it 1,000 New Blue Eye W's down below in that chat. New Blue Eyes with $100 says, Quiet, Piggy. Dean is slow roasting you. He got roasted so fucking hard that he responded about wokeness and abortion. What a fucking crash out. You're a goddamn loser, and I hope that your family's ashamed of you. Deanime, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, can someone search the guest's PF? It's disgusting that he's okay with no consent in SA, and it makes me believe that he's maybe done something.
Yeah, I'm in high
That's what
school,
we're just
right?
talking
So,
about.
I mean,
how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18.
And you're in high school?
Yeah, my parents like divorced before I went into like school and stuff, so I had like a gap year in like preschool.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Yeah, I worry about the people that you go to school with if you're thinking like that. I really hope that we could like change your mind and make you wake up.
We seek truth here, Dean. We don't.
I don't want you walking into the women's restroom. Jersey,
Yeah,
thank you for
that's
the
what you want.
$5 over on
You're
YouTube Super
pro-transgender.
Chat, who says, "Hey, Dean, as someone who was taken advantage of by a manager, I appreciate how you protect and fight for women. It's just like a fight for common sense, okay? Something that like so many people lack on this live stream." Courtney, thank you for the $10, who says, "This guess is exactly why in 2025, where we're reading a dead pedo's emails to believe the thousands of victims screaming for justice." Yep. Taylor, thank you for the $10, who says, "You're so right about victims holding back and coming forward. I was raped by my cousin at a young age and can't even remember the year. People will come on here and say that E. Jean Carroll doesn't remember the year. Imagine that. That is a shared experience amongst many victims. Taylor, just know that you're not invalid because this guest says you are." Thank you for the $10, and I'm sorry that happened to you. Kirsten, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, who says, Miss Vermont of 1997 said that she told Ivanka about Donald Trump barging into the dressing rooms, and she said, yeah, he does that. Jessica, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. Show some up to Jessica down below in that chat. Let's get 5,000 Jessica W's for the $50, who says, thank you for putting this disgusting POS in his place and standing up for women. It means the world to us. What you do is so important and impactful. Please never stop. Love you, teen. I love you too, Jessica. Miranda, thank you for the $15, who says, I think that this guy equates pageant women to sex workers, like sinting, right, to what they do to be visible under particular constraints. That doesn't justify, right, breaking the door down of Sophie Rain, then taking a picture of her while she's in the shower. Thank you for the $15, Miranda. Even if he's making that equivocation, it doesn't make it any better. Lindsay, thank you for the $10, who says, if sexual violence isn't glorified, guess why Shades of Grey did so well. Forensic nurse who's literally an expert in grape. Yep. Sonny, thank you for the $15, who says, tell the guest that the quote-unquote slap in the face isn't what E. Jean Carroll said. It's people like him who don't believe people like me and other SA victims. Yep. Ashley, thank you for the $5, who says, wait until this guy figures out about fiscal years. Dead ass. Sonny, thank you for the $20, who says, here's $20 for Mental Health Day. You said that 32 minutes ago before this conversation started. We've seen how that went. Thank you for the $20, Sonny. Libby, thank you for the $20. Zach, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you so much for the love. Sarah, thank you so much for the $5. John with the $5. Elizabeth with the 43 cents. David, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo, who says, discovered you today. Sharp mind, keep up the good work, young man. Thank you so much for the love, David. Caitlin, thank you for the $10. Shane with the $10. Jackson with the $10. Holy fuck. Altered with the $5. Lucy with the $5. And then over on PayPal, there's a handful of y'all that I need to thank over there as well, on top of all the fucking super chats. Let's first start over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Mike, for the $10, who says from the Netherlands here. Love your work, Dean. Please tell this guest that he's dumber than rocks. Thank you for the $10, Mike, and the guest made sure he heard it. Daryl, thank you for the $7 on PayPal. Show some love to Daryl. Then Rachel, thank you so much for the $10 over at PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you. Thank you. And then Michael, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal, who says our reality shapes our views and beliefs. It makes perfect sense for a victim of rape to believe that other people find rape sexy because a man who thinks rape is sexy raped her. Say it fucking louder. Say it fucking louder. Thank you for the $25, Michael. Janet, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal, who says it's called a quote-unquote fiscal year. The concept is not difficult. Yep. Carol, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love as well. Then Tyrone, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Let's get 500 Tyrone W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the love, Tyrone. That is so fucking kind of you. Saying here's $50 towards your Reese's fund. I fucking love Reese's. I'm going to make sure I get some more after the stream with that money. Thank you for the $50. Furman, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. That is FERMIN. Let's get 250 Furman W's. Z, thank you for the $6. Berkeley with the $10. Thank you guys so much for all the love. You guys have just been going fucking crazy today. Ashley, thank you so much for the 5 cents over on PayPal. Then Anonymous, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Anon, holy shit. Anonymous with a 50 says, Dean, please do not mention my name, but thank you for what you just did. As a victim myself, you have two options, kick or kick ass, and you choose to kick ass and put that perv in his place. Thank you for the $50, and I'm really sorry that happened to you. Seriously, I'm really fucking sorry. Corazon, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, who says, I'm a social worker for state police. He doesn't understand trauma. I sit with women every day that are afraid to disclose their sexual trauma due to not being taken seriously. This guy should come work with me for a day. I wouldn't trust him to work with you for a day, but I get your point, to expose him to that because it builds the view. It helps him understand, right, what his rhetoric causes. Rami, thank you so much for the $25. He says, regardless of what she may have said, as a woman, I hear the message very clearly. The idea that grape is being framed as a punishment for exercising my freedom of just being. Yeah. Thank you for the $25, Rami. Tobias, thank you for the $10, who says, men wonder why victims take so long to come forward are often the reason why they do. Yep. Isabella, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo, who says, the guest is a moron. It's a psychological fact that people forget the years of traumatic events. The only reason why I remember mine is because I remember being 9 and can do the math. It's always the ones who've never been through it and support those that have done it. Disgusting. Absolutely. Then Jared, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo as well. We are all caught up. We are all caught up.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, I just want to hop in really quick and say, Yvonne, thank you so much for the 4. I really appreciate you. Feisty, holy shit, thank you for the 40. You are amazing. Jane, thank you for the 2. I completely agree. And also, Lindsay, thank you so much for the 5. Yeah, the 50 Shades of Grey is absolutely on point. Hey, really quick question for you, Conservative, before you go.
Yes, sir.
I heard you mention your mom. Is your mom still alive?
Yes.
Do you have any sisters?
No, sir.
Okay. What about nieces?
No, I'm 18.
Oh, okay. Well,
I have an older and younger brother.
Okay. All right. No worries. So your mom. Hey, how would you feel if your mom was at like a favorite store, let's say Macy's or something, and I just walked into her dressing room while she was trying on a new dress? How would that make you feel?
There's an expectation of privacy, obviously pretty horrible now.
Yeah. It wouldn't be good if I just walked into your mom's dressing room, right?
Yeah, no.
Okay. So what about if your mom said like, hey, years ago, this guy, raped me when I was younger. How would that make you feel?
If who said that? Can you repeat that?
If your mom told you years ago some guy just raped her, how would that make you feel?
Obviously pretty terrible. No, I mean, I would have.
The point that I'm trying to get across is,
I'd have red on my hands. It'd be bad.
If you replace any of these other names, if you take Donald Trump's name off of any of these other situations and you put Santana, you put Dean, you put Parker, you put any other name on these situations, and there's no way in hell you're defending these situations. There's no chance that you're sitting in a TikTok live in front of thousands of people to defend anyone else who's not Donald Trump. You should actually take a step back and think about that, because Dean said that he is tired of trying to normalize this. It's not even a normal situation in normal situations. You wouldn't defend anyone else in this situation, but because it's Donald Trump, because his name is attached to this, you're defending him. You have to stop and think about that for a second. If it was your mom in any of these situations, you wouldn't be saying that. If it was anyone else besides Donald Trump, you wouldn't be saying that. Like, what are we even doing anymore? We've lost the point.
The point is, my mom is not a model. My mom's not a winner of a beauty pageant. My mom is a real estate
So
agent.
if your mom was a model, then you wouldn't care if she was raped? Like, what?
If she was... So where in that transcript did you get
What
raped?
are we doing? In any form of sexual violence. Raped, sexually exploited like Donald Trump did, Donald Trump did to the women and girls. Unless you would argue that you would care if she was raped given that she was a model, but you wouldn't care if she was sexually exploited given she was a model. I was just throwing a form of sexual violence out there. Come on, like you're literally now saying, oh, well, the reason why I would care if my mom was taken advantage of is because she's not a model. Implying that if your mom was a model, you wouldn't care. You're sick, dude.
I'm telling you, you've made no hard evidence that Donald Trump is a rapist. You merely told me that he went backstage.
He was civilly liable for rape.
Like, civilly liable is not guilty. Again, Santana should know this.
Again, this is the same situation. Would your mom replace E. Jean Carroll with your mom if someone forcefully penetrated your mom's vagina? Would you say that was grape? Yes or no?
If somebody forcefully penetrated my mom's vagina, that would be grape.
Exactly, and that's what happened with E. Jean Carroll.
Give me some evidence. Build an argument.
Civil case that showed that he actually did it.
Here,
civil, not criminal.
I want to bring
civil, not criminal. There's a very big difference.
I want to bring someone up to have a chat with you real quick.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Kenzie.
Hi, Santana. Hi, Dean. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Mic is yours.
I heard you guys are on E. Jean Carroll. I originally requested when you were talking about Teen Miss USA.
Yeah, I will see. The thing is he just tried to move away from the conversation about Teen USA, Miss USA to E. Jean Carroll, but I want to continue to talk about that. So please pick up wherever you want.
Because you got cooked on Jean Carroll.
Yeah. So, conservative, is that your name? Conservative.
Yeah. You can call me Evan.
Are you familiar with the term grape culture?
Grape culture? No. What is grape culture?
So obviously I'm censoring my words here, so you would drop the G.
Yeah, I know, but what is the culture? Is this like a network of like criminals?
No, so the grape culture is when people uphold behaviors or condone actions that upholds attitudes that approve or dismiss the harm of sexual assault.
I'm not disproving the harm of it. I'm disproving the actual account of whether it happened or not.
You're disproving behaviors. So
it didn't happen.
Wait, you are dismissing behaviors, because I heard you say, these are his models. Are these women here to show off their bodies? Do you think that that is analogous to when a woman is raped, men ask, well, what was she wearing?
Is that analogous?
Yeah.
Hold on. What you're wearing versus what your job is, what you're doing is very distinct, Kenzie.
Right, but I'm asking you if it's analogous because when men say, well, what was she wearing? That is implying that she was asking for it, that she wanted it. And when you say this is their job, they want their bodies to be sexualized, how were you not saying they wanted it, they should expect it?
They wanted it, they should expect it. Well, did it happen, Kenzie? I'm trying to find and I'm trying to seek objective truth. We need to use rationale.
That's
we need to use our
different.
logic. We need listen.
That's
Kenzie,
different because you're just saying that these women should expect to have him enter into the dressing room when they are not wearing clothes because they are there to be sexualized, because they are there to have their bodies judged X, Y, or Z. So, in short, all I hear you saying is they're asking for it.
They're asking for it. Like what?
Yeah.
So when we're saying it, what is it referring to? Like you're trying to do like a false equivalency here. So Donald Trump is not a rapist. Donald Trump was the owner of a pageant, and you cannot give me hard evidence. Sorry, my mouth is dry. Rock hard evidence that he actually committed these actions that you're accusing him of. Therefore, you're coming after his position. You're merely using these.
I'm not coming after his position.
Let me talk.
I'm coming after your position.
Kenzie,
But wait. You're
Kenzie,
talking about something
Kenzie,
I'm not talking about.
Kenzie, listen.
You're talking about something I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the statements you made because you were justifying his presence in that dressing room, correct?
Kenzie, let me look. Just like everybody in
That's a
chat
yes or a
saying,
no.
let me give you an answer, something that you can understand, Kim. So
I'm
me
looking
sitting
for a
here,
yes or no.
to what?
Were you justifying his presence in their dressing room?
Am I justifying it?
Yes. Do you need a pen? Would you like to write it down?
Yes, as the owner of a pageant, he is justified to go see his models.
Okay. What's the argument for that?
What do you want? Premise one, premise two, and then a conclusion. What's going on?
Sure.
Kenzie?
Yeah. If you want to give me a syllogism, I'd love it. Great.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that because that is extremely boring and distasteful. So, like I said,
Well, then, if
this
don't
is a
give me
political attack. Listen,
syllogism,
let me
then
talk.
just give me the argument.
Yeah, the argument is that this is a political attack used by his enemies in order to put down and dismiss his legislation which he's passing and the individual who we put in office. They're using this in order to come after him, just like everyone in chat saying he's unfollowing kids.
Is he his own enemy? Because just 1 second.
As the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that?
That's not Obama's voice.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
That's not Hillary's voice.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And
that's not Kamala Harris's voice.
No men are anywhere.
That's not Bill Clinton's voice.
And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and
that's not my voice.
I'm inspecting
just like, look,
it.
just like you were joking around.
That's not AOC's voice.
I'm inspecting. I want to make sure.
Just like you were joking around.
1 second. That's not Parker's voice.
Everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress is everyone
That's not Kenzie's voice.
okay? They're standing there with no.
That's not Santana's voice.
Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women.
That's Trump's voice. So don't try to pull that his enemies are attacking him.
Yeah,
no.
So,
he admitted to
That's honestly a pivot because all you said is he is justified to be in there. So you've accepted that even if he was in there, it's okay. So that's what I want the position for. And you're just running.
Can I talk? So
go ahead.
just
answer to Kinsey. Give the position to Kinsey that justifies him looking at their naked bodies without their consent. Why is that okay? Because they didn't consent to it. They didn't want it to happen to them. We know that from Mariah Belgado at Miss Teen USA 1997, alongside 3 of her beauty pageant contestants that were competed alongside her. We know that from Miss Vermont in the 1997 Miss USA. We know that from Miss Arizona in 2001. Okay? And it's implied via what he said, because he said that he allowed himself to do it, not that they allowed him to do it.
Sure.
So why is it okay for him to look at their bodies without their consent? Answer to Kinsey's question.
Where's the non-consent part?
Where's the,
he said that he said he saw him. Where's the non-consent part?
the
part where he's like,
the fact that he said he allowed himself in, they didn't allow him in, and they're in a private women's only space that upholds an implicit social contract that men do not have the consent to enter. And
show it.
Well, you would have to show that they did consent, because that's your argument, right? Is that is your argument he's justified to be in there because they consented?
No, that is not my argument.
Then give me your argument why he's justified to be in there.
Dean just made a claim, so I'm allowing Dean to show the fact that he was in there without consent.
You're running. Give us the argument why he is justified to be in there.
Can I construct an argument? Can I construct an argument? So these allegations that he's done this at Team USA or whatever, they're overblown and they're politically motivated, because Trump was the owner of the pageant, and regularly and naturally he interacted with his contestants backstage and in public settings. So there is interaction between Trump and his pageant people. Therefore, that is standard practice in pageant culture. So media coverage has taken these compliments, these photos, these clips out of context.
So his argument is that it was okay for him to be in the women's dressing room
as misconduct instead of providing.
So okay, just to clarify for everyone, including myself, his argument is that it was okay for Donald Trump to be in the women's dressing room and to see them naked because it was regular and natural. Go ahead, Kinsey.
Are you done?
Is that your position? Is that it's regular and natural?
No, I was going to finish my argument, but yeah, go ahead.
Can you just give it to me in a sentence or two? I can't imagine you need a fucking paragraph. You don't get paid per word up here. Come on.
Paid per word? That's hilarious, Kenzie. So yeah, I guess you could say sure, it's natural. We'll go down that rabbit hole. Let's see what happens.
Is that your argument?
My argument is, as the owner of the pageant, it is regular and it is normal to interact with your pageants, or what do they call them? Like his models or whatever. Yeah, sure. Contestants, whatever.
So there's no limitation to that.
Is there a limitation?
Yes.
What do you mean by limitation? I would say the moment he starts touching up on them, then that would be like a little.
So we could follow them into the bathrooms without touching
what?
them?
He can what? Sorry?
So you think it'd be okay for him to follow them into the bathrooms without touching them?
No, Dean, that's what you advocate for. Remember, you're for men dressing as women and going into women's bathrooms.
Stop
Remember,
running away from the point.
No, it's not. I'm saying no, it's not. That's what Dean advocates for, guys. Come on. We know this. We know this.
It is a pivot. Stop running.
We'll be super clear with this. So yeah, the response there would be is that I think it's totally fine for trans women to use a women's restroom, which is a proposition that I'm willing to defend. In fact, I will defend it as soon as this conversation is over.
Beautiful.
So now that we understand that is a premise, I do and will defend after this conversation is over. I'll ask you to re-engage, right? In the substance of the conversation with Kinsey. So just to clarify, I did ask a question. I kind of interjected myself, then I'll step back. You said that the limitation of when it's permissible under your view for Donald Trump to interact with women and girls is to the extent of him not touching them. So according to your view, like take for instance, Donald Trump.
Obviously, there's like platonic touching and such. Just address that. There's like obviously platonic.
So according to your view, when Trump's at Miss Teen USA, he could follow like the 14-year-old pageant contestants into the bathroom and look at their vaginas, right?
No, he cannot. Right? Remember that's what you advocate for, not me.
Okay, so then you have a limitation from him viewing them in particular scenarios, but you just told Kinsey the only limitation you have is him touching them. So let's just go ahead and have Kinsey ask that question again. That question is, what are your limitations to the view? And give a more all-encompassing response this time.
Yeah, Kinsey, run it again, Kinsey.
Well, he's asking you to give your framework on what the limitations you have as a pageant.
Sure, I'll just name the limitations. I would say that anywhere that there is a reasonable expectation of privacy to which Donald Trump cannot be there nor be present in, and just obviously just basic rights such as like not having the right to not have your bodily autonomy violated in touching yourself or individual touching someone.
Do you have a reasonable expectation of privacy in a changing room?
So there's actually a very distinct difference in changing rooms and like the dressing rooms. The point is that that was probably in a setting to which they were preparing themselves, so they have clothes on and such, or they might not have.
That's not true because he said that they didn't.
Okay, what do you think he came in there when they were like bare naked?
That's what he said.
He said they didn't have clothes on.
That's out of context. Yeah, clothes being like, like don't models wear like, the onesie and stuff? Like, I'm just like going off of whatever number.
Well, then he might not say they were in costume, or they weren't in.
Yeah, well, I mean that's just
evening
gonna
attire, but not.
Yeah,
say
so that's
they
just gonna be a
weren't
phrasing
in
issue there.
clothes.
Also, by the way,
So yeah, that's just gonna demonstrate the fact of how it's out of context.
Are your boxers an article of clothing?
I mean, it's covering something now.
So it's an article of clothing. So when you just have boxers on, you're not fully clothed, but you don't have no clothes on.
Dude, when I'm in like
Also,
the freaking,
do you
when
walk
I'm
around in public with
can I
your
talk?
boxers?
When I'm in the locker room and my my PE teacher comes to the back or whatever, and he's like talking to me or whatever while I'm changing, I don't call him out for SA. This is a little bit far fetched now.
If you actually, I actually think that you could. So if you're in high school and your gym teacher were to like follow you and all of the other students into the student locker room and look at you guys with no clothes on, I think that'd be super permissible to report to the school authorities as
Yeah, wait,
his office is in the locker room, right?
Wait. If that gym teacher went into the girls' locker room, would that be an issue?
No, there's women. Look, there's women. We have women like PE teachers in the women's locker room.
Right, but you're saying it's okay for him to be in the men's locker room, which I agree. I'm asking you, is it okay for him to be in the women's locker room?
Depends on the context.
What?
Depends on the context.
Okay, let's just say other students who are in their underwear, who are girls, are in the
Yeah, so
locker
like let's say like for example like there was something violent and dangerous occurring in the woman's locker room and they needed a man to interject, then that would be morally permissible to which allow an individual like a man into the woman's locker room.
I'm asking the same scenario that you provided with your teacher being present. The only thing I'm changing is the gender of the students.
Sure.
Is that permissible?
What do you mean? Like if there was like a
Would it be permissible for a male gym
if I was like a girl and like my PE teacher?
No, your teacher was in the girls' locker room.
Yeah.
Just the exact same scenario you gave me. It's just the girls' locker room.
Like I said, there is context to it, Kenzie. Let's think logically and rationally.
Same scenario you gave me. The exact same
scenario
where he's present when you're in there.
The exact same scenario in a high school to which there are underage women changing, in which they are changing into their PE clothes or changing out of it, vice versa. It would not be morally permissible to allow a PE teacher into there.
Great. So then why do you give the exception for Trump?
Perfect. Can we establish, so first of all, we need to establish something. Can we, is there a distinct difference between a girl who is enrolled in like school, for example, who's going to PE class, and a girl who is a model?
No.
Really?
I don't see any meaningful difference between
the meaningful difference is, I would say, the telos of what is occurring. So like for
the girl,
the telos of what is occurring is wild.
Yeah, the objective of,
because you understand that the girls that go to your high school that use the women's locker room in the gym at your high school can also be girls that compete at Miss Teen USA.
Mm-hmm.
So are you basically saying that if we had the same group of girls in your gym class changing with no clothes on at the gym in the locker room, under that scenario, it's morally wrong for your male teacher to walk in? Under that scenario, if your male teacher were to walk in, it would be sexual exploitation. But then those girls leave the school and go to Miss Teen USA after school and go through that same process of taking their clothes off to put new ones on, and the male owner of that pageant were to do the same thing that the gym teacher did, walk into their locker room, their dressing room, and look at them while they had no clothes on, all of a sudden it's no longer morally wrong. All of a sudden it's no longer sexually exploitive. And all of a sudden it's an action that you're willing to defend. So in other words, the location of the woman or girl being exploited determines if that exploitation is wrong.
No, not the context, Dean. There's a very, I don't believe there's exploitation happening with Trump, so I'm just clarifying that.
What's the difference?
Yeah, the difference is one is preparing to walk on a runway who is a model. The other one is trying to go kick balls on the blacktop.
Wait. I'm so sorry. Do models no longer have a reasonable expectation of privacy in private women's only dressing rooms?
I'm pretty sure this is pretty normalized in pageantry.
Okay, if it's normalized in
Then
pageantry,
give us evidence.
can you give us evidence?
Literally not.
Yeah, we'd ask you
Sure,
we'd
literally
ask you to justify that claim, right? And by the way, if it was normalized in pageantry, then A, Donald Trump wouldn't have said that there's no men anywhere. Okay. B, then we'd condemn the total practice of pageantry as being exploitive. Okay? Just because something is normalized doesn't mean it's not exploitive. Child marriage was incredibly normalized 500 years ago. In accordance with your argument, child marriage is not exploitative. Then point number C, in the clip, he said that there was no men around. That might have been point number A. We would expect there to be men around if it was normalized. And then I forget which one I did or didn't bring up. One last point, I may have already said this, is that he said he had to use special justification to enter into the space as he is the owner under the guise of a quote-unquote inspection. So not only do you lack evidence...
Don't forget he got away with the point.
Yeah. So not only do you lack evidence that this was normalized, but even if it was normalized, that wouldn't make it non-exploitive for the reason I granted. But we actually have reason to believe that it wasn't normal due to the fact that he appealed to using special justification to go in, said he got away with it, right? And said that there's no other men around. You will not be able to work around those 3 points.
Also, the women don't wear onesies. Brittany, thank you for the 5. They're not toddlers.
Like, I don't mean like, like you hop into like your little like Minecraft.
I was just saying thank you for the donation. I don't even want you to get off track. Answer what Dean said.
Well, answer...
I thought you were saying that I did say that they...
Answer what Kinsey and Dean said. Answer to Kinsey's request for evidence that this practice is normal, and then respond to Dean's 3 points. Point number 1, if it was normal, it'd still be exploitive for the reasons I gave. Then point number 2 and 3 being the 2 reasons why we have to believe that it wasn't normal.
But let's go one
step. His appeal to special justification as the owner, his statement that there's no other men around, and his statement that he got away with it. So we can
let's go one step at a time.
The first step will be...
Yeah, I don't know why when I asked for the justification, you just didn't say this was normal practice.
Yeah.
I said what?
I don't know why when I asked you for the justification of him being in the dressing room, you just didn't say it's normal practice.
It is normal. That is what I said. It is normal practice.
It's not what you...
I think it's pretty typical of pageantries to do that.
This isn't even a normal practice of strip clubs.
Nope.
What?
It's not
Isn't
normal
the whole
practices
point
of strip clubs.
The whole point and telos of a strip club is to be sexualized.
Hey, fun fact, in college, I worked as a bouncer, and one of the actual places I worked at was a strip club. And one of my fraternity brothers was an owner of a strip club and explicitly would not go into the women's changing area.
Yeah.
He actually had a woman manager, a part of the strip club, to do that. That's not a normal thing. You can't justify it because this shit isn't normal.
Yeah.
Are you equivocating?
When you go into the backstage dressing area at a strip club, you get beat up and kicked out. If you're a man.
Are you listen? Are you equivocating models to prostitutes, Dean? This kind of sounds.
So I believe that you're actually doing this through your argument by purporting that it's okay for Donald Trump to look at their naked bodies because they're models, and I'm basically pushing your logic to its extreme, which would be like a strip club.
Let's see.
It's basically like it's a steel man position of your argument. Basically saying that if we push your logic to its most extreme, right, like women at a strip club, it's still not a normal practice. But let's dissect each point. I'm first going to have you respond
I would agree with Dean.
Let's just go step by step.
I would agree with Dean. Your argument is pretty much like, well, he's their pimp, so of course he can see them.
Would what? Sorry, can you repeat that, Kenzie?
Your main crux of your argument is pretty much, well, he's the pimp, so of course he can see them.
He's
it's
the
about
pimp.
ownership. Yeah, you think because he has ownership, he has access to view their bodies.
Yeah. Now, please do respond to Kinsey by providing evidence that it's a normal practice for men to go into the private women's only areas at dressing rooms where they get naked and get changed.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of evidence? What specifically would you want?
I don't know. Anything.
I mean,
that could prove this
a
to be consideration.
contract.
Is there like
a
any
contract that discloses it? Some kind of article.
What would you be
yeah.
indexing the credibility of it to?
Well, wherever you got that statement, like I assume you're not in pageants, right? Like, how would you come to this conclusion?
Yeah, that's a way to frame it. We're asking you how you came to this conclusion.
How I came to it? I mean, I'm just pretty sure it's typical. No, I mean.
Okay, so wait.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Right. Yeah. Like, how did you come to that conclusion?
So, I mean, how I came to that conclusion is I believe that, first of all, there's models, right? So you have to get the models. And then the models, they would prepare themselves in the back to come out to the runway. So while they're preparing in the back, I think it's very typical for the owner of the pageantry to go and speak to their models backstage, on stage, and
Dressing rooms? So how did you come to this conclusion that he'll speak to them in the dressing rooms?
So what do you think occurs in like the dressing room, Dean? Is it just?
You don't need to ask any
just,
questions.
Is
You
it,
don't need to ask any questions. All you need to do is state how you've come to the conclusion that it is normal practice.
You talk too much.
For men to be please, for men to be in the dressing room with contestants.
By the way, you're saying that because she's cooking your shit. You're saying that because she's a woman that's cooking your
Exactly.
Only person on this live that truly talks too damn much would be me. All right, I talk a whole lot. I'm a yapper.
Are you implying
say that to me? You said that to her. So go ahead and respond to Kinsey's request.
It's crazy how I told you you don't get paid per
conclusion.
word. And now you're telling
Are
me
you
I
implying misogyny here, Dean?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. So what would your claim be to that?
Don't pivot.
No. Hold on, really quick.
I'll happily tell you.
engage.
I'll happily tell you after you give
It's a
the evidence
secret.
that it's typical of beauty pageants for the male owner to go into the dressing rooms where the women and girls will get naked and change. Yeah.
Let's get typing. Let me get a source for you really quick.
Oh, so it seems like you're working backwards. It seems like you started with a pre-assumption of the belief, and now once we've requested you to prove it, now you're going to try to find proof. That's very
Fucking Zach.
No, I'm getting it for you. You want it or not?
Yeah, I want it. What is it?
I'll ask. Yeah, while you're looking it up, let's see how well you can multitask. Do you think the owner of a business has an obligation to ensure the safety and privacy of contestants?
Owner of a business? What is this business?
Does it matter?
It does.
Wait, I don't think it
Are there
does.
businesses? Are there
It ver- it
businesses
very much
where
does.
owners?
It ver-
Wait, are there businesses where there's owners who do not have the obligation to ensure privacy and safety of their contestants?
Sure, pimps.
Though they're not business owners. What are you talking about?
Okay, so.
I don't know if you're aware, but prostitution is illegal.
Sure. Well, it depends on the state. What are you on? So, do you have a specific criteria to meet a business?
Disingenuous as fuck.
It's not disingenuous. I'm just thinking logically.
Absolutely is.
Am I not testing
Absolutely
your
is.
logic as well?
This is not. Wait, I haven't given you any type of claim. I just asked you a question.
Is there any business to which an individual does not ensure security and privacy? I would say the answer to that would be generally speaking, I don't know, maybe models. That could be one. Well, I mean,
What?
it's kind of
Wait,
That's
why-
absolutely
that's
not correct.
implying though that
What makes you
security
say
would
that?
not be. Hold on. Well, that's implying. I need to rephrase this because that's implying that security wouldn't be and privacy would not be, obviously upheld. But I think that I think there's minimum standards. So I mean, it's just in this case, I don't believe it's your job to prove
Just
how
answer a question. Just answer a question. Do business owners have an obligation to uphold
Well,
the
we'll just go
privacy
no.
and safety of the individuals
We'll say no.
operating inside of their business?
Sure, let's say no.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
I would say that we have a standard here.
What?
Right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, we have a standard here.
Well, your answer is
right?
I
Just
don't
how we
know.
don't.
Your answer is
Just
I
like how
don't
we
know.
don't want men in women's restrooms, we have a standard here, right?
Wait. I'm asking you why you don't think that's an obligation, because my standard would be that yes, that is an obligation of an owner, but it's not your standard, and I'm asking you why.
So yeah, that's your job now to disprove me and how Donald Trump did not
It's
uphold
not
that
to
standard.
disprove you, it's for you to explain why that's not your standard.
Yeah, it's an.
I said that is my standard.
It's an
I said it
investigatory
is.
request. She's asking you why she holds to this, why you don't hold to the standard.
I ad hoc. I said that. Yeah, it is my standard.
Okay, so you do hold to the standard
Wait.
that business owners have an obligation to uphold the safety and privacy of the individuals inside of their business. Trump has an obligation to uphold the safety and privacy of the individuals inside of his business. Yeah, you think it's morally permissible for him to invade upon that safety and privacy by unconsensually viewing their naked bodies while backstage.
So I mean, this is the point where we're getting. I think we're reaching something. So I believe that Donald Trump merely going backstage and speaking to them, and I saw what you were doing. You started cutting out the interviewers' questions just to make it
Did the women and girls give him consent?
Did they give consent?
Yeah.
I think that in this situation, there would be, if anything, implied consent in the fact that
What's
these
your-
individuals, they are model.
So,
Yeah, good.
So what's your evidence? Oh, wait, I have a question. Can people under the age of 18 give implied consent?
No, so if you actually know this, I'm pretty sure pageantry, people who enter into pageantry need parental consent under the age.
Wait, so you're basically saying that a parent can give consent for their child to be viewed naked by an older adult, like Donald Trump?
To enter the pageantry. I said to enter the pageantry.
Okay, so was it unconsensual for the children
show
of Miss
me
Teen
criminal
USA?
charges.
Wait,
Demonstrate criminal charges
I
to
just
which
want to
Trump is
clarify.
faced.
If he did this at Miss Teen USA, was it sexually exploitive?
So give me criminal charges to which Donald Trump was found guilty for doing that, exploiting the minors.
Okay, yeah, you very obviously just aren't tracking the question that I asked you. I understand because you're quite dumb. So the question was, if he did this at Miss Teen USA, then would it be sexually exploitive?
If you what?
If Donald Trump did this at Miss Teen USA, then would it be sexually exploitive?
I'm sorry, I just got a phone call. Go ahead.
If Donald Trump did this at Miss Teen USA, then would it be sexually exploitive?
I got spammed.
Oh my God! If Donald Trump did this at Miss Teen USA, then would it be sexually exploitive?
If he did this, it would be sexually exploitive. Correct.
Okay, so then your argument is that it's not sexually exploitive at Miss USA because you believe that he had their consent. So back to the first question, asked me 5 minutes ago that you've been exploring ever since. Okay, because if there's no consent as it would relate to Miss USA, it's also sexual exploitation. What is your evidence that there was consent present?
Yeah, I mean, I would just point generally to the purpose of being a model in order.
Oh, but you said that you're like revealing evidence. Like, what's like the empirical evidence that this claim is true?
So, what evidence would you be looking for, and what would you index that evidence credibility to?
Led you to the conclusion to say it's normal practice.
Quiet. Anyways, Dean, go ahead.
Wait, no, you don't fucking tell her to be quiet, you asshole.
I was talking to Dean and she interjected.
Who gives a shit? Answer what Kinsey said.
Yeah, when Dean was on Jubilee or whatever, and he told that girl to shut the fuck up. I think I have a pretty valid claim.
He's very intimidated by you. Oh wait, actually, after I told Savannah to shut the fuck up, I apologized to her, and she accepted my apology. Can you apologize to Kinsey?
Sorry, Kenzie. Absolutely, sorry, Kenzie.
Good boy.
Look,
Now go ahead and answer the question.
I feel like you're kind of all over the place when it comes to your position. You know, first it's he has a justification to be there. Then no owner has the obligation to ensure the safety. Now it's sexually exploitative. Like,
no, because I didn't demonstrate a contradiction in that argument. I believe that safety and security were upheld.
You said it's sexually exploitative.
I did not say it's sexually exploitative.
Yes,
You just agreed with that.
What would you say? What qualities would be present in order to demonstrate a sexually exploitative nature?
He abused his position power over their position of vulnerability to further unconsensual sexual conduct.
Okay, so you're indexing it to whether an individual has the ability to consent to sexual conduct. Is that correct?
That would be one of the criterion, which is true.
So what were the other ones?
He abused his, also these are sufficient conditions, just that I should clarify. He's abusing his position of power over their position of vulnerability in the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct.
Okay, yeah, so how do you believe Donald Trump demonstrated that in going to his models at Teen USA and speaking to them backstage? I think if anything, it was the interviewer.
Sure, I'll answer your question. Because you said that the special... Wait, you asked me a question. I want to answer it. I could demonstrate it. He abused his position of power. The demonstration of that would be the fact that in the clip, he said that he had to use the special justification of allowing himself to do this as the owner of the pageant and abuse their position of vulnerability. The women and girls in the dressing rooms felt vulnerable enough to take their clothes off as they are under the implicit assumption that only women would be allowed in that space, which is true of women-only spaces. In the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct, that unconsensual sexual conduct would be him looking at their naked bodies without consent. Easy.
Yeah, in short, he had no right to be in there.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, generally speaking, that backstage access was authorized. I'm pretty sure that it was authorized.
It wasn't.
Red?
So, Tiana, what's that source that you brought up a while ago where they straight up say that the only individuals allowed backspace would be, particular, crew members to help them do the work with the
it's
women?
Specifically listed in the Miss Teen USA, Miss Teen USA, Miss USA, and Miss Universe pageant handbook, where it specifically outlines who is able to enter the backstage area and who is not. In their rule books, it says nothing about giving special access to anyone outside of the pageant contestants and people directly helping them with their hair and makeup. So unless Donald Trump decided that he was going to go do their hair and makeup, then he does not qualify as one of the people that has access.
Also, by the way, we know that the individuals who helped with the hair and makeup were also women, because in that clip, Donald Trump said that there was women around. So once again, there's evidence from Miss USA and Miss Teen USA that they couldn't be there. So what is once again, I'm sorry, I'm actually going to hold you to this. I'm going to hold you to this. You said that you had evidence that he could be there and that it was normal and typical. What is that evidence? We need to know what evidence you have for that claim right now. No more pivots, no more deflections, no more sophistry. We need that evidence.
Would you say it'd be like morally permissible if he was like a woman to go into that? Just really quick, I'm trying to.
I will happily answer your question. I told you no more pivots, no more deflections. That is a deflection away from the one question that me and Kinsey have been asking you for a long time now. What is the evidence that it was normal, typical, and permissible, and that he had consent to be in there from the woman? Because you said that you had it. What is it? You said that you had it. You said that you had reason to find this to be true. What is it? What's the fucking evidence? Answer the question.
I'm merely
What's the evidence?
saying.
By the way, he's cutting out. I'm not muting him.
There's no evidence that no legal proceedings occurred. Therefore, there was no wrongdoing that happened.
Wait, that's a whole different argument. No. You specifically said that you had evidence, okay, that this was normal, typical, and with consent. I need to know what that evidence was. Saying that there was no legal proceedings is not evidence, considering the fact that 60% of women that report rape never reported that are raped never specifically report it to the authorities in their lifetimes. So you'd be arguing that all these women, 60% of women that are victims of SA, are not truly victims of SA, and they consented because they didn't report it to the authorities. In fact, right now we have 12,000 people on TikTok, 5,000 people over on YouTube. There are likely hundreds of victims who were victimized by sexual violence that have not reported it to the authorities. You'd be arguing that every single one of them gave consent for what happened to them. So once again, what is a good reason? What is the evidence, okay, that what Donald Trump did was normal, natural, typical, and with consent? Because at this point, we've suggested evidence that it wasn't. The rule handbook of Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, stating that specifically only individuals who would help them with their makeup or hair could be back there. And they had to be women. And that was in accordance even with what Donald Trump said by saying that there's no men around. So what is the evidence that we're wrong and we got it all twisted and we're just trying to politically persecute Trump and that we shouldn't take him for his word? And by the way, we haven't even talked about this one, but we shouldn't believe the victims either. When Mariah Delgado said that she didn't give consent and she was viewed naked by Trump in the dressing rooms, okay, she was lying. When Miss Arizona 2001 said the same thing, she was lying. When Miss Vermont of Miss USA in 1997 said the same thing, she was lying. And then the three unnamed anonymous teens from 1997 Miss Teen USA, when they said the same thing, they were also lying. Okay, and then when Donald Trump says this, we're just drastically taking him out of the context because there's some crazy special evidence that exists that proves, right, that it was normal, natural, and with consent. We need to know what that evidence is. What is that evidence?
I just want to add one thing on top of that. And Benjamin, thank you for the 5. Benjamin made a great point because Dean, he's going to try to wiggle here. Benjamin said ownership is not consent. Buying the building does not grant a license to trespass on human dignity. So you can't say because he owned it. That doesn't work either. So please answer the question.
Yeah.
So sure. I mean, so I would just say that. Yeah. So I mean, there's very clear evidence here, and you're denying it, and you're not letting me speak. So can I speak this time?
I'm literally asking you a question.
So
of course that is me. I'm literally asking you a question. Of course that is me requesting that you speak and respond to give the evidence and reason that this was normal, natural, typical, and with the consent of the beauty pageant contestants.
The evidence is that there is no legal proceedings that occurred against Donald Trump after doing so.
Okay, so go ahead and demonstrate. You invalidate 60% of victims then, right?
I invalidate 60% of victims because what?
Because they don't.
He didn't listen, Dean. He didn't listen to you.
Oh, like you just 60%.
He literally didn't listen.
Yeah, like I'll even give you an example.
I think they should report it, and I think that we should create.
But do you invalidate them? Do you say that they're not really victims?
They're not really victims. I mean, they're not legal victims. They might be victims. We don't know yet.
Oh, so you're saying that they don't have to report it to the cops in order to be victims?
I think they should. Do you believe they shouldn't report it, Dean?
I believe that it's a good thing to report it, and I believe that the way that we have more individuals reporting it is by getting less individuals like you. But your argument that he didn't sexually exploit them, and that he did have consent, is that
obligation to report.
You would no obligation. You would agree that it would benefit them to report it, correct?
Not always.
Not necessarily. No.
Not always. Okay. So I mean.
Literally, the women
and
that.
If we look at,
So
I'm sorry, Santana, and if we look at sexual
for women to
assaults,
not report their grapings.
and if we look at women, and if we look at sexual assault in general,
Often, victims don't receive any action when reporting to legislative branches, which leads them to having to engage in civil suit.
I'm gonna go pee again. I'll be right back.
You got it. And also, let's not forget exactly what happens when they do actually speak up. Things happen like, people going on TikTok live in front of 12,000 plus people and say, hey, I don't believe it because they said grape was sexy on, Anderson Cooper. They fucking lied, twist, and they misread women. So what incentive is it for women to actually report when they're abused? None. You guys don't fucking believe them.
Santana, if anything, I think that I've been demonstrated to you by this live that people can lie. I had people saying he's following minors, he's unfollowing 29 minors.
False equivocation.
Look,
We're talking about
no, it's not a
what
false
actually
equivocation.
happened.
The fact
Donald
is that
Trump said
false
these
claims
things out of his
Santana,
mouth.
And you don't have the right to stand up here.
Shushies, bud. I'm like, Dean may suffer fools, but I don't. Shushies. The point that I'm sitting here making is that we literally have Donald Trump admitting it out of his own mouth. We also have him being held civilly liable for rape. We have 26 credible accounts of SA. We have the fact that he raped his ex-wife and pulled out her hair and asked her, did it hurt the next day because it was in their divorce decree. All of these things directly point to Donald Trump, and you are sitting up here justifying it.
You know what? It's actually funny, Santana, because while I was just taking a piss, I actually thought about a very similar thought to what I came back to you saying. He's continuing to say that it was normal, it was natural, it was with consent, even though he has no evidence that it was with consent, with his argument being because they didn't report it to the cops. But once they do report it to the police, once they do pursue litigation, and they do find him guilty of raping them inside of a court of law, all of a sudden he doesn't believe them. Alongside the fact that he's a character of somebody that has done this. Like, obviously, not only the guy that said
until proven guilty.
Shut up. Then you don't even believe that they're guilty once they're proven guilty, i.e. Gene Carroll. Be quiet, little boy. Now I'm going to continue to speak and you're going to listen. Because not only liable. I told you to listen.
Good boy.
Now you need to be a good little boy, sit down and listen up. Stop acting like a 14-year-old.
Yes, sir.
Good boy. Now,
Yes,
anyways,
sir.
back to what I was saying. Not only do we know that Donald Trump did this because he admitted to it to Howard Stern, but we also know that Donald Trump did this because of the corroborating victim testimony from like 15 people. And we also know that he has the character of a man that would do this. The only thing natural and expected here is that Donald Trump is a fucking sexual predator. That is the only typical expectation that is true of this conversation. Of course, the guy who had a unanimous jury of 9 determined he raped a woman would also be the guy that sexually exploited these beauty pageant contestants. Of course, the guy that was best friends with Epstein when he was trafficking children to an island and knew what he was doing per an email that Epstein had sent to Ghislaine Maxwell in 2011 would have the character of a guy to sexually exploit women and girls. Of course, the guy that then sent Epstein, the child sex predator who he knew he was, a letter in 2003 for his 50th birthday depicting the naked outline of a body of a girl with a statement, may every new day be another wonderful secret, would have the character of someone who would do this. Of course, the guy who Epstein seemingly was talking about in his letter to Larry Nassar when he said, our president shares our affiliation for young nubile girls. Keep in mind, Larry Nassar is a convicted child sex predator, would have, have the character of a guy to do this to the teens at Miss Teen USA. Of course, the fucking guy, right, who refused to follow by federal law in releasing all of the Epstein files, defied every member of Congress by redacting 90% of the small batches that he did release, and then called them a Democrat hoax, yet insists they incriminate Democrats, would have the character of a lying sex pest that would do this to women and girls at Miss USA, Miss Teen USA. Not to mention the Katie Johnson lawsuit, where a woman came forward and said that she was raped by Donald Trump in 1994 with Jeffrey Epstein in a penthouse. And we're now seeing uncovered Epstein files from a cab driver that testified 1 year later, 1995, he was given a ride to Donald Trump, who we overheard talking about how him and Jeffrey Epstein raped a little girl in a tall penthouse or building the year prior. Or the same guy that had a woman in confidence go to the FBI and New York Police Department and tell them that in 1984 she was raped, and then another woman did the same thing in confidence to the FBI, giving the same testimony about being gang raped by him and 3 other people. So it is crazy to me that you're gonna sit here and deny. You should feel real fucking shame. And I hope that at one point in your future, you're able to open your eyes and realize just how wrong you are. Not even because I want you to change your mind. I don't give a fuck about you or what you do, all right? But because I don't want the women or girls of this country to feel the impact of you and what your ideology does to promote and uphold rape culture that causes this to happen more. I could give a fuck less about who you are and what you believe as long as you're just not hurting anyone with it, because I think that you're an unsavable, deplorable person, bottom of the barrel, that should be stigmatized and outcast for what you believe and why. You're like this is insane. It is just seriously gross. It is grotesque. I hope that all the women and girls in your life know exactly who you are, and I hope that there is somebody monitoring you throughout your life in the future, because I'm scared that you're probably at a little bit of a higher potentiality than maybe the average guy to engage in these actions. But continue.
Yeah, so, I mean,
But continue to tell us. Just continue to gaslight us. Continue to convince us all that Donald Trump had the consent of the teens and women at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA to look at their naked bodies, because you can't refute that he did it because he admitted to it. Continue to gaslight us that E. Jean Carroll was a crazy bitch that wasn't raped and just went insane, that deserves to be villainized and turned into a monolith of the left, even though you say innocent until proven guilty, but once they're proven guilty, they're still innocent. Convince us that the other 25 women that have accused him of SA are also crazy, just politically persecuting him for no fucking reason, and convince us to deny our rational faculties, because it just so happens to be the case that exactly what the jury found him liable for doing to E. Jean Carroll is what he said he liked to do on the Access Hollywood tapes from 2005, when he said he likes to just grab women by the P word with no reason. Continue to deny the testimony of the anonymous women to the FBI that we're now uncovering in the Epstein files, saying that he raped her. Continue to deny Katie Johnson. Continue to deny his own daughter, who affirmed to Miss Vermont in 1997 that, yeah, he does kind of just walk into the dressing rooms and look at them with no clothes on. Continue to deny Mariah Belgado, reaffirming and corroborating his admission of guilt when she said that he just walked in on her when she was 15 and naked in the dressing rooms and said, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." Deny Miss Arizona from 2001. Just deny. It is sick. It is embarrassing. You were the reason why we are at as a country, and you are the type of person that we need to get rid of. And honestly, the device that I use to get rid of it is to try to convince people that you are wrong and that you need to change your mind. But quite frankly, at this point, with people like you, actually, funny enough, I just quoted Trump. Yeah, he said that we need to get rid of Stephen Colbert 3 days ago. Where were the whoa-whoa-whoas then? Shut up, you fucking selective outrager. So, you sit the fuck down. But anyways, I think the way that we need to get rid of it, the individuals such as yourself, right, that can't be changed with reason, fact, or logic, is just through social scrutiny. Like at this point, if you don't concede, if you don't admit that you're in the wrong, then I think we just all need to scrutinize you. And this isn't even a political thing. It's not political. The apolitical people watching this stream right now, the stragglers that just found this on their For You page and saw a guy speaking loudly and clicked in and said, "Oh, what is this? Is he debating? Is he arguing? Is he mad?" Right? They think you're crazy. The apolitical might support Trump. Maybe he's good for the economy, but I don't know because I don't watch the news and I don't really care. They think you sound crazy right now. Though the average American will listen to you say, "Oh, well, I'm just going to assume consent, deny over here, reject over there. Oh, the 25 women, they don't matter. The victim testimony to corroborate his admission of guilt is all bullshit." They think you're bullshit. So what will it be? Are you going to concede? Are you going to say, "Dean, you've opened my eyes. Kinsey and Santana too. You've changed my mind"? Or are you going to reaffirm that you are an unsavable, deplorable POS who is quite frankly one of the main issues with this country, dragging us back into the dirt and the mud of the violence that has plagued the American women and girls since America existed, with an advocacy for regression every single step along the way, disrespecting and spitting in the face of every victim that has ever been or will be. Which will it be? Tell us.
The blood vessels on your eye are bursting. Believe me. Are you done?
I go Wi-Fi.
I'm very passionate. Yeah. The blood vessels on my neck are fucking bursting.
Is this a little better?
Because I am passionately, okay, in opposition to sexual violence, rape culture, and standing in defense of common sense values to end the plague. And you are not with me because you are part of the plague.
Yeah.
Wait, how can you say you're against? How can you say you're against rape culture when you have literally normalized Donald Trump's action of going into a teenage girl's dressing room?
Oh, they're just his models. He could do it. It's natural. It's normal. It's totally normal.
Yeah, I mean, I need to
normalize that. Tell me.
Dean, no matter how much of a long speech you give, no matter how long you sit there and you cry your eyes out, you scream into the mic, you squint your eyes, I'm not conceding. You've yet to disprove me.
Wait,
all you've done is sit up here and justify false accusations. Dean, will you say?
Yes, this is a false accusation, everyone.
I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the
listen to the false accusation.
I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no.
Yes, guys, that is the false accusation that he is talking about. He is accusing Trump of falsely accusing himself. That is his argument. He's accusing Trump of falsely accusing himself.
Dean, will you stand up here today and
Actually, I'm going to put you on mute, and I'm going to make sure to thank a couple donors real quick. Jacob, thank you for the $15, who says, if his sister or mother brought home a guy with all the accusations against him that Trump has, he would not support or defend that guy. Or maybe he would. Jacob. Jersey, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Chelsea with the $5, I thank you so much. Katie, thank you for the $40 on Venmo, who says, as a victim, this conversation is so upsetting. Don't victim blame and fuck this guess. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly think if you were like upsetting every single victim of sexual violence with every word that you say, just maybe it's worth thinking that you may be in the wrong. Thank you for the $40, Katie, and I'm sorry that happened to you. Allison, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. It's important to mention that the context of the clip was the ways Donald Trump would take advantage of girls who liked him. Yep. Jersey, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Tommy with a 1. Ben, thank you for the $15 for the 25. Sorry, show some love to Ben down below in that chat for the $25. Thank you so much for the love. Barbara, thank you for the $1. Can read out loud. Barbara with a $1 says, let's go ahead and pull it up here real quick. I have been raped and beaten for hours, and I reported and little was done, and I was still stalked, and then for 8 months I was essayed and they left bruises and painful marks I had to cover up. I've been quiet because I know nothing will happen. I'm 1 month free from my abusive ex. Barbara, I'm really fucking sorry to hear about that. And that is the experience of so many victims. They know that it will bring no justice. They know that it will bring no justice. And then the compounding effects of somebody like this then saying that if you are quiet, if you don't bring it to the cops, you're not a real victim, is only keeping that machine alive. You are running frontline defense for the rapists. You are running frontline defense for the man that did that to Barbara. You are running frontline defense for the sexual exploiters, the abusers, the predators, and the pedophiles. And you are doing it with a smile on your face. Denise, thank you for the $40 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love, Denise. Guys, please show some love to Denise down below. Thank you. Seriously. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. And then Rocky, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal, who says, it's Rocky again. I know that I'm late, but I wanted to say Merry Christmas and that I'm still here and loving everything they do. Well, thank you, Rocky. It's good to see you. Karen, thank you for the $15, who says, enjoying your outrage at this disgusting human is very clearly a danger to women and girls. Thank you for your elegance and integrity, Dean. I appreciate you for the $15, Karen. Leslie, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal, who says, thank you for demonstrating the fallacy of, where did it go? There it is. Of these people's arguments. They support Trump by ignoring the facts. Yep. Thank you for the $50, Leslie. Show some love to Leslie. Then Devin, thank you for the $30, who says, been raped multiple times and would have lost everything by reporting it. Yeah. I mean, I'm so fucking sorry to hear that that's happened to you. Thank you for the $30. And just once again, another testimony about how far what he's defending goes. Gigi, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Abigail with a 3. Shaldine with a 1. Jennifer with the $10. Adriana with the $20. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you guys. And it looks like we're all caught up. Guys, I'm not going to lie. There's a big old possibility that there's a lot of people in there that I missed. And if I missed you, just know that I'm really sorry. And I'm going to make sure to read up on all the donations afterwards. I'm just like in the moment of in this conversation. The one last one here. Fucking hell. Peter, thank you so much for the $150 over on Venmo. Oh my God. Holy shit. Thank you, Peter. Let's get 1,500 Peter W's who says, fuck this guy. You absolutely destroyed that disgusting hypocrite on an embarrassing level. He's a pathetic, putrid POS who will continue to go through life blaming everyone else but himself and taking no accountability whatsoever. Screw this MAGA cultist. You know, honestly, if you want my honest take at this point, I think that he knows that we're right. I think that he knows that he's wrong. But his ego is too big to just say it out loud. He would rather continue to harm women and girls than admit that he was wrong. And if we want to talk about the self-interested male ego, I think this is one of the most common textbook examples of how it is described and demonstrated in the world around us on a daily basis. I would also like to thank Dog Trainer for the $20 on Super Chat who says that this guy is despicable. I could not agree more. That's it.
That's it.
Santana, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. I have to hop in 2 seconds because someone sent this and I started going down a quick rabbit hole. Hey, conservative, have you ever heard or read Donald Trump's deposition when it came to the E. Jean Carroll case?
No, I haven't.
Cool. I assumed you didn't. Page 29.
I've read a little
sure,
bit.
Page 29 of 48. There's a section, the direct question was from the person who was questioning Donald Trump said, so, sir, I just want to confirm, is your testimony that E. Jean Carroll said that she loved being sexually assaulted by you? Donald Trump said, well, based on our interview with Anderson Cooper, I believe that's what took place. And we can define that. You have to see that show. Donald Trump literally is admitting, because he was bragging, that she said that she enjoyed being sexually assaulted by him, and his justification was what she said on Anderson Cooper. And actually, if you look through this entire deposition, there's multiple times where he referenced that and referenced her thinking that it was quote unquote sexy. He never denied that he did it, but validated that what he did was claimed to be sexy by her. This is literally in the fucking deposition.
Where can I access the deposition? I just want to
just go look it up. I'm looking. I pulled it up through PBS. The full deposition.
Through
there's
what?
a video.
PBS?
Yes. PBS. It's case. The actual docket information. It's 1-22-CV-116-KA-LAK. It's a 48-page document. It's Exhibit B, and it's on page 29. But he talks about it through multiple pages about how, like, not only did he never deny that he did it, but when they talked about him doing it, his justification was that she thought it was sexy. And he mentions multiple times.
Yeah, but that's a direct contradiction. He also said, in quote, she said that I did something to her that never took place. There was no anything. I know nothing about this nut job.
Where are you looking?
PBS.
Where specifically? I'm looking at the transcript.
It says, I wish I could link it to you. It's
no, just tell me. I have the transcript up. What page?
It's just blatantly on PBS. I wish I could access the
so you're looking at an AI overview.
Wait, I don't need to know that he said that in the deposition to believe you. Of course,
I'm just showing it's a direct contradiction.
Yeah, so you admit that his testimony had contradictions in it.
Himself.
Yeah, you admit that that Donald Trump's testimony was contradictory.
I'm not contradictory. I'm saying that
you said that had contradictions in it.
He's merely utilizing Eugene Carroll's argument or her statement against herself.
You said that it was contradictory. You said that it had contradictions in it.
I guess that's a contradiction in it.
Okay, so then his testimony was contradictory. So you're going to tell me that the anonymous jury of 9 found him liable for raping Eugene Carroll, and his defense was contradictory, but you still believe this guy who's also boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls is in all reality an innocent man that's done nothing wrong. Oh, wow. At that point, does it demonstrate your absurdity? Holy shit.
Not at all. So I'm saying the contradiction in that is, can you, like, for example, let me get that up. I'm trying to. You said what was the specific citation to it, Santana?
Yeah. Just ignore that all. So you admit
I'm addressing it.
Inside of court that he didn't grape a woman was contradictory, and that the unanimous jury of 9 found him guilty. Yet you deny that this man who's also boasted about sexual exploitation and was best friends with Epstein and has had 27 women accuse him, and you still think that he's innocent.
civilly liable.
Civil liability is a form of guilt, you idiot.
No, it is.
Can I ask a
settlement
question?
is civil.
It wasn't a settlement either. You don't know what you're talking about. He didn't settle. He
It's
was
a
found
form of
guilty.
it.
Go ahead, Kinsey.
Conservative, if you were accused of SA and there
Which
was...
I have been right now in chat, like by like so many. Go ahead.
But lock in.
I'm locked.
When there was DNA evidence and you knew you didn't do it, would you give your DNA and evidence to exonerate you?
If there's DNA evidence of me doing it?
No. Someone has accused you of grape, and in the evidence, there is DNA. You know you didn't do it. Would you give your DNA so that they could test it against the DNA that was provided
You also know
so that you would exonerate yourself?
you also know that you've never met him.
No way.
You also know that
I've never met him. Is that the main point?
No, I'm just adding on to what Kinsey said.
Okay. So there's DNA evidence against me. Like, that's just like a hypothetical. So there's
It's not
DNA
against you. It's just someone has said you graped them. There's DNA evidence.
Am I within my rights to not do so and not submit it?
Yeah.
Yes.
I wouldn't. That's what the fifth
Why
is for.
would you not
The
submit
Fifth
it?
Amendment is there to, essentially it's to protect the innocent, not the guilty. So I
Wait,
would.
the Fifth Amendment. What is the Fifth Amendment? Tell me.
I
Tell
mean-
me specifically.
It's the right to remain silent and essentially it's just Miranda v. Arizona, like kind of it's implied.
You're
So
referring to the right not to self-incriminate.
yes, so yeah, that's the point. And
So
do we not know the Supreme
self-incriminate
Court
would be
ruled? Hold on, let me
admitting
talk,
guilt,
Kenzie.
idiots.
The Supreme Court ruled that the Fifth Amendment is there to protect the innocent, not the guilty.
No.
Yes.
No, that's not it.
So legally, so legally on this specific subject, he is right. So, like, for instance, if you appeal to your Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination, and you plead the Fifth to, like, not speak, right? Legally speaking, you're presumed innocence, and your silence and appeal to the Fifth cannot be used as incrimination of your guilt. So, legally speaking, he is right. But what you have
It doesn't
legal,
because you can use that and be guilty, right?
yeah, but what you have a legal
So
right
it doesn't
to do.
protect innocent people.
I
It
agree.
protects
Exactly.
both innocent or guilty people.
Exactly.
Like, that's my point.
Exactly. Yes, but like what you have a legal right to do is different than maybe like what you'd reasonably do. Okay? Because even though I have a legal right to scream the N-word, doesn't mean that if I'm reasonable, I would scream the N-word. Right?
Also, let's
a
not forget that Donald Trump said that only guilty people take the Fifth. Like literally, that was
Right.
Donald Trump's own words.
Right. But I think the point that Kinsey's getting at here is like reasonably, even though you would have a right to deny a submission of your DNA to this court, because you know that you didn't grape them and you know that you've never met them, therefore you know that couldn't be your DNA, that any reasonably innocent person probably would submit their DNA to the court to get exonerated. Right?
No,
this is like
that's not-
getting pulled over by a cop under the suspicion of a DUI. And then they're like, okay, well, I have this infallible breathalyzer that will prove that you're not drunk. And you're not drunk. But they tell you, if you don't use this infallible breathalyzer, there's like a 75% chance that we're going to haul you away and throw you in jail for the night. Any reasonable person in that scenario that's legitimately not drunk, okay, would use that breathalyzer, right? That'd be
You
a
are
reasonable thing to
obligated
do.
to. You are because if you do
No, you're
not,
not.
you
No,
get
you're
your
not.
license suspended for a year, Dean. What are you talking
No,
about?
you're actually wrong. You're actually wrong. In most states, that's not true. You could deny the
Really?
breathalyzer, but there's implied consent when getting a license to get a blood test done at the hospital.
You understand that, like, officers read you your rights. If you choose to not partake in field sobriety, you can get your license suspended for a year, and you won't be able to. There's like some
Listen,
other like.
it goes state by state. I'll tell you, for my state in Colorado, you could deny a
Okay.
breathalyzer, but there's still implied consent for a blood test at the hospital, and that's true of most states.
Yeah.
Well, and typically
Okay.
they also need a warrant. But
Like I
I
said, legally
really don't
speaking,
want you
Kenzie,
to run
just
from
to,
this
like-
question. One
just,
second.
like-
One second.
Good.
If you're saying that victims have an obligation to report to police that they've been assaulted, then why wouldn't you hold the position that innocent people who have been accused of grape have an obligation to submit their DNA so that they can be exonerated, so that then the investigation can therefore go look for the guilty person?
because I think accusations, and you need to protect yourself against accusations. And I believe that Donald Trump acted.
Wouldn't that be protecting yourself from the accusation? Would be to submit your DNA to the court to prove your innocence?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. In a lot of the cases, the evidence would be withheld, so you wouldn't know what they have on you. So merely Donald Trump was acting in the best interest of his legal defense.
No, that's not true. Discovery is a thing.
I mean, hold on.
If you're innocent, what do you need to protect?
I completely agree. I just throw this in really quick. Denise, thank you so much for the 10. Kenzie, Denise is asking how can she directly support you. I don't know if you don't have your Paylink. Did he run?
Yeah.
Yeah, my Paylings are in bio. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, he ran.
Holy fuck.
Are Trump supporters really saying now that grown-ass adult men have access to teenage girls' bodies?
Yeah.
You say a lot more than that, Kenzie.
Yeah, it's a frontline defense now. I want everyone I want to try to use this as a moment to change some of the minds in the audience. We just had an hour-and-a-half debate.
He wants to come back up.
Wrong or not wrong. It's fine. I got to end anyways.
Yeah.
If it's wrong or not wrong for 65-year-old men to perv on the naked bodies of 14-year-old girls. And the whole time, he was defending the premise. It's not wrong. It's perfectly fine. It's normal. It's natural. And that Donald Trump engaged in no wrong actions, and there's some type of excuse or defense for him admitting to sexual exploitation, for him being held civilly liable for the rape of E. Jean Carroll, etc., so on and so forth. But I do have to end here soon. I actually got to call the cops.
Holy shit! Is everything okay?
Yeah, that's the call that I got earlier in the stream.
Yeah.
When I had to put myself on mute and take a phone call while I had the two guests on. I could share with you in private what it's about. It's
just let me know everything's okay.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
Well,
no.
Hopefully, it's kind of like, dude. I'll have to share it with you because I don't know if it's like a good idea for me to share it publicly, like for myself.
No, I wouldn't say it on live.
But I do just like quickly. I don't even know if they're still in here because this is actually all the doing of a viewer.
Holy fuck.
Yeah. Hey, if you're still in here, I'm gonna call you. I think your name is Kirsten. Just know that like I really appreciate you. I like Kirsten. I'm gonna actually go ahead and send you like a private message. Just know that
that's
like
the one that told you don't read it out loud.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah. And now I gotta call the cops about it. So
holy fuck.
So just just know that like I legitimately like really fucking appreciate you. I have a couple people to thank, but I mean I don't want to like prolong any of you guys if you need to take off.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump. I'll just say there's a shit ton of people that I have to thank. I will send you all personal thank yous to your donation. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Kenzie, you know I adore you. Dean, I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, I have a good one.
Thank you, Santana. Yeah, thank you, Dean, for letting me up. I really appreciate it. Thank you to the audience for the gifts. You're so very generous, and for the follows.
Yeah,
I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the holiday season.
Thank you for coming up here. You're very good at what you do, and you just have a way to break down the argument and give a response to it that is very uniquely awesome. So I appreciate you for coming up.
Oh, thank you, Dean. Flattery will get you everywhere with me, so thank you.
Have a good rest of your day.
Bye.
All right, then there's a couple people that I do want to thank here, just super duper quickly. Tom, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, Tom. Echo, thank you for the $10, who says you are only legally innocent if you plead the fifth in criminal court and civil court. You specifically can hold it against someone. Fuck, I didn't even know that. Thank you, Echo. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for the $10. Doc, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. It says that you give me hope for the future. I'm a trauma therapist and I treat SA including childhood trauma every day. Oh my God, I can't even imagine how hard of a job that is. Fucking hell, dude. These hats are insane. Well, thank you for the $20, Doc. Show some love to Doc down below. Then Denise, thank you for the $20 as well. Who said, Dean, you put your leg up. I've never seen you do that. That guest was exacerbating. Yeah, he was nuts, dude. He was a bit. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $20, Kinsey. Megan with a 10, who says, as a victim, that last guest is absolutely abhorrent to hear him parrot vile lies and propaganda about sexual assault victims. Yeah, I'm sorry that you and all the other victims watching had to hear that. Orion, thank you for the 5. Denise, thank you for another 10. And then Karen, thank you so much for the $15. I appreciate that. All right, guys. And then also Samantha, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says I love your lives. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you. And then Emerald, thank you for the $5 as well. A couple of people on Super Chat real quick. Thank you for the $20. Cherry, who says I was the victim of domestic abuse, and this POS is giving me the same argument that people in my life gave me that ex-husband couldn't have possibly raped me because there was implied consent. This boy's in a cult. Oh my God, I can't believe that you had to hear that. That hurts to hear. I'm sorry that happened to you, and thank you for the $20. Guys, we're going to go and hop off at this point. Head over to @Parker, get a job on TikTok and YouTube if you want to hear some more debates. For everybody in the chat spamming, tell us about the call. For my own safety, I think it's better if I didn't. But I understand. I wish I could share it with you guys. I wish I could share it with you guys. For my own safety, though, I just don't think it's a good idea. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Go raid Parker. @Parker, get a job on all socials. Peace and love. Bye-bye.